Yeah, so I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. But necessarily my truth might not be everyone else's truth. So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
If some of these platforms, because there's many channels here, and a lot of them actually do, if people were honest when they're coming onto the panels or chat, if they don't want to be honest with themselves, they want to tear down other people to disguise themselves. So what I get from that is people are insecure by using a false sense of security to mask it. They're not actually, they actually ever challenge themselves. What would that look like? Of course, they'll be pushing up, well, what about you? I said, there you go again. You're deflecting at that point. It's about you. If it's always about you, then make it about you. Be the best me can be there. Be the most selfish person you can be. So my question would be, then why are you living with the rest of us?
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
Because it doesn't serve them to what? I'm going to sit there and hear them and say, okay, so should I tell them that they're caught up in their own world? I'm just going to replace myself. Axis, you can take over for a while. It's your shift.
Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube, and gatherers amongst the metaverse. It is I, the Axis. No, Dom, I appreciate the sentiment, but if things were going better, I don't suppose I would be hosting a platform on YouTube. As a matter of fact, I was going to hold a reserve from doing any live streams for a while so I could develop the AI venture that I was about to take off on and develop these language models and try and have some fun with the platform and indulge in something that I don't think many people even got anymore. It's called a fucking sense of humor. Yeah, I think that's something that is pretty much eluded the common person. Not only that they lost their sense of fucking humor, but they placed themselves on a forked stick to rise above others, to demonstrate how unlike others they truly are, and how far removed they are from the people that they complain, bitch, and whine about. And you know what I saw? I saw a bunch of mere fucking reflections of a bunch of fuckheads that have no appreciation for anything, especially whenever it's catering to them, or could even dignify themselves to have the respect to engage or indulge in it without voicing their sarcastic opinions. And I'm talking, yeah, you motherfuckers that claim to be a part of Oh, we like it here. It's nice here. We can share information here. It's peaceful here. Broad-minded people. Oh, I got to see the fucking worst of all of you. You make me fucking sick. Talk out both sides of your fucking mouths. Why don't you go hang out with Paul Enslaved, OTW, somebody that might make a difference in your life. Well, the guns are definitely not locked up. And that's a comment back to Dom in case some tyrannical asshole decides to use the word gun as a platform violation. Feeble, weak-minded, delusionally self-indulged, asinine bunch of people, man. Really. You know, I thought it was pretty interesting that Pam, Cage, Steven, and myself had an interesting panel, man. Playing with AI, developing a new ideal. And I got to watch everybody bare their naked fucking asses and show the shit stains that run all the way up the fucking back to their necks. So wonder you don't choke on it. They're a bunch of fucktards. But I figured I would at least give one last middle finger to everyone who claims to be in search of that broadened state of mind or that nugget of truth. Nothing but a bunch of pathetic, whining ass little children who expect the world to cater to you. You don't pay for this platform. You don't pay for StreamYard. You don't pay for the internet. You don't pay for my housing. And I volunteer my time to do this. And you got a fucking complaint? Really? And then you want to cause me fucking problems on top of it? You ain't seen problems yet. You done pissed me off now. Whatever you did have is no longer here. And everything you get is what you fucking deserve. So why don't you whine and cry a little bit how things aren't catering to you, or how things just doesn't add up to what you want it to be. It's unforgiving fucks like you that can't pacify the moment to alleviate someone with enough grace to find entertainment in them. No, your own pin-up animosity, hatred, and I think it's disgusting yourselves that you project on others. And I've got to watch it for 2 fucking days. Now it's my turn. And still, not a goddamn voice won. Except, at least Dom steps up. He has a word of self-integrity. Can't believe the shit I encountered from you motherfuckers over the last couple days. So wonder you can get your faces out of each other's asses long enough to fucking get a gasp of air. To suffocate that way. You're pathetic. Sit and complain about the thing that you are. The very fucking thing that you are. With no shame. None. Zero. You don't deserve truth. You don't deserve broad mind thinking. You should go back to nursery school. Start playing with some fucking blocks. Learn to fail a little bit so you can learn something. What the fuck, man? But I didn't come here to entertain you or anybody else. Hello, Dom.
Yeah, Access, hope you're doing well. I'm not even going to say that now because obviously you shared with me you're not feeling well.
No, I'm really not. I'm very disappointed in people, especially people that involve themselves with this platform in any state of pretending to be a supporter or even someone that enjoyed the interactions on this platform. I found that 99% of them were nothing more than blowhard airbags wishing that they had something worthwhile to say.
Well, there's a good chance I can represent the 99%. I guess it depends on the person's expectations, whether the ones that's giving and the one that's receiving. You know, do people really expect much from others? Probably not. So then how could they possibly expect somebody that has some information to give? You know, I'm not saying that's what you should be doing, Access, but sometimes we have expectations of others, and that's usually the downfall.
Expectations I expected to be low, truthfully, Dom.
Mm-hmm.
I could tell that because people don't understand what I'm saying half the time. More or less, can they comprehend it or understand it?
Mm-hmm.
But whenever I open a platform and there's functionality going on and there's a development taking place and people to ridicule, bastardize, and even go as far as to attack, they never appreciated what it was in the first place, or me. So I had low expectations of anybody catching it. But even in the developmental process, I got to see the least of them show their best foot forward.
For some people, it's their only foot. One-trick ponies.
Apparently.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's people that, whether on your channel or another panel, they have this superior complex. They think they're better than others. I said, well, then if you are, then be better. The people that follow you or follow whatever you're teaching, let them represent themselves and they'll be an example of you. You know, but for most people, that's not a real concern. They want to be, they want the accolades from people that actually they think are lesser than them. I don't know how that serves for them, but that's for them to figure out.
Well, Dom, I really was excited and thought it would be an intriguing and interesting advantage to this channel to have AI mimics and be able to incorporate that in, develop it, even teach the technology. And because of a personality who was well behaved, to my notion, and well restrained. They couldn't live in the fact of that truth. So they had to antagonize it, not realizing that they were insulting the living hell out of everything that I set out to do with this channel.
Mm-hmm. So that person's seeking truth? Like, are you seeking truth in that case, or are you just really observing this the pattern of people? Because the patterns are easy to read, people. Actually, you know that. But I think it's too big of a leap to assume people are even going to understand, let alone grasp what is truth. They'll say words, but if they truly grasp it, so then why do you have to keep saying it? You know, but the patterns is what people usually reveal to each other. You know, people might try to make reason of things, but when they can't make reason, they look for patterns. Reasons are rhyme, rhymes are patterns. And for a lot of people that have come onto your panels, they've shown patterns.
Yeah.
And what you've revealed about yourself, your patterns, they just don't mix. So you're either hoping for them to elevate or you have to stoop that much more lower. And that probably That aggravates you probably. So how much lower? You bring your A game, I'll come down to you. Oh no, I'm superior than everybody else. I said, like I said, you bring your A game and I'll come down to you. I could be playing a game with them, but I'll say, let's play with the word, because I'm just using the word come down. I could say I'll come to you kind of thing. I'll use like a Newfoundland term of much. I'll come to you. So, but again, axes, it shouldn't really be a shock or a surprise. Especially to you.
Not so much towards it if it would have remained within the confines of this channel. But the minute that it left the station of this channel and it paraded itself out to wage a war against my character, my channel, and the way I conduct myself, that's when the game changed. I don't mind being a demon. I don't mind being a vicious, hateful son of a bitch to tear everybody down. I really don't. And if that's what they want, that's what they'll get.
They don't know what they want, Axis. That's the whole catch.
Well, maybe,
go ahead.
Maybe after I tear a few heads off and rip a few asses, take some channels down, they'll appreciate the fact of what they don't have no more.
So you're going to tap into how they're attached to to what they value, and they're really disrespectful to others. You know, again, I get the whole demon thing. If you're there to serve them, they'll realize, you know, play with, you know, equal game, not weak game. You know, that the onus is probably more on you at that point.
I don't mind.
Well,
I am ill.
But even in your illness, you're probably still more aware than most folks, Axis.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm totally fucking deranged, psychotic, and whatever other creative, colorful words you want to throw at it.
That's what makes you. You know, it's like when people say words like "you're crazy," I said, "Thank you for putting me in the position I love being in." So, what's your point? You know, they're thinking they're insulting you. No different when people think they're complimenting you. I said, "Are you really complimenting me, or are you just projecting? Or you're fearful? Or you want to be crazy, but you don't want to actually test it. You want other people to do it for you." I said, "Okay, so then where's your own leadership and all of that? And even that, what is crazy?" It's a question for whoever wants to ponder it. So, but you're going to do what you're going to do, Axis, and you're going to say what you're going to say. Same with other people.
That's the gist of it.
Mm-hmm. It's usually people that
Don.
say, yeah, hi, Don.
Hey guys, what's the topic? Did something happen?
Everything.
There is no topic no more.
Okay.
Topics about ice cream after Labor Day. Is it worthwhile to do, or is it a conflict?
Oh.
Certain characters have been roaming in Axis channel, and he's been getting a little bit of an unnecessary blunt of it, where people should take accountability. This is my interpretation, by the way, Axis, and what I'm sharing. And other people should take accountability for their own behaviors, where other people have shown they don't really care about their behaviors, let alone accountability. Everything else they mask it by thinking, I'm untouchable. Okay, as long as you stay in that meat suit, you can play that game. Now, I could say as long as you're in that vessel, as long as you want to be in those thoughts, whatever word. So.
People acting up again, I guess.
Yep, yeah, very much so. And you've
People
left many
we
times.
know, or just random people showing up?
Some folks, you might even know some of them. Other ones, you probably don't have to be with them for a minute or two, Don, and say, "Okay, I'm leaving, guys."
You know how I roll.
And I stick around like, oh wow, I'm like a deer in a headlight. Oh, this might change. No, it's not going to change, Tom. If anything else, if it's going to change, you're the one that's going to change. And I stick around.
Well, the peculiar part, Don, was one of the least desirable personalities that roams around the metaverse, creating some of the most um, disturbances, was not only brought to a state of calm reason, but was actually enjoyable to observe and interact with. But
Mm,
people couldn't get past their stigmata, so they waged war on me.
that is a common
Because
trait.
they
Go ahead,
waged
Mom.
war on you because the person was on your channel?
Yeah.
Wow.
There's a little bit more to that, Don. You know, you go into somebody's channel and you use diarrhea of the mouth to other people. It'll be like a man saying, oh, I mean, a woman saying, you know, Axis, you hang around with my husband. You know, my husband beats me to no end. But when you're around, he's calm. Eventually, she's allowed to get mad even at you, Axis, and say, listen, but you're his friend. Yeah, but I'm not the one that's beating you. I said, but you're still his friend. So at this point, you know, the character that you're talking about, I'm not even going to waste time with names because people know who they are. And of course, he likes to feed his ego, just put a mirror in front of himself. He'll come on and he'll insult people on Axis's panel. And then the next day, a mood swing might be kind. I said, but you still have to take in accountability of the patterns that have been formed. You know, I'm
Right.
accountable for
And
my. Go ahead.
the interesting thing about that is that that has been the third time I've had an interaction with him where he was as docile as a lamb.
Which is good for you. But you have to still take in accountability of the trails that people have left. You know, if all of a
Oh,
sudden
right.
if I start becoming nasty with people and they say, well, Dom, you're being nasty. I said, okay, so are you going to wage war on me because of the few times or the other many times when I've shown kindness where other people's been the other way around? The snake is always going to be the snake. Yeah, but I need you to put me over, you know, just, you know, no, you're a snake. Let's call it for what it is. You might have a
Well, of
good
course
moment
it's a
now.
snake.
It is. And then the
Yeah.
luminaries might play a role in it. The sun and the moon are in the right position. So somebody's actually in a half decent mood. But you still have to acknowledge you're inviting other people onto your panel. And in that invitation, it's kind of like, you know, if people say shit on your panel, you might be held accountable for strikes. YouTube's not going to decipher different. They're going to say, listen, that's your channel. And it's the same thing when other people come up.
Oh, I
You,
agree. I
yeah,
I agree. I agree with that totally. That they would hold me accountable if something like that were to transpire. But there was a lot more going on there than what people were actually catching. Okay, and it's good that Pam's here, at least in the chat. We were developing a profile for a AI language model built off of Stephen because we were going to go ahead and start the development of AI mimics, where we
mhm.
were going to bring AI mimics up on stage. Now, catching people in a particular situation where you can get them to interact, to get enough of their personal identification, voice, and even the little idiosyncratic things that they do is not always an easy thing, especially when you have to deal with a direct model interface because he can't get a copy of it. The link can't be sent to him. The program can't be sent to him. These are all things that are proprietary to Cage. He has control of it. Those are his language models, and
Okay.
he
Right,
cannot distribute them.
right.
So I was taking full advantage of the situation. And I even made the disclaimer what I was doing. And even the day before that, you know, use it or lose it. I'm not here for two or three people to feel that they have some dominant presence on my channel about how it should conduct itself. You never know what you're going to get from day to day here. You can go back to the live stream. It's always evolving. It's always changing.
Well, there was a moment actually because I had that recording memories stored in me, where you had same character with another character, and your father, your father came on.
Mm-hmm.
You got a little bit pissed, rightfully so, because two people kept on making noises. Now he chose because he's a stronger person. He's come back before, and I've had an enjoyable conversation with him. But that same character you're talking about belittled him many times over, even though he didn't accept it, but it was still constant. Now that AI that you're talking about, because I got that AI, it feeds a person's ego. I get that part that you're trying to do, where you put that person's voice on it. You could put Satan, Mickey Mouse, you can put any voice because that information will still come out the same way. I could be talking to Mickey Mouse and asking for the meaning of life, let alone I could be talking to Socrates. But what it reveals with some people is that person's all about them. So it's my child. So it's all about me. So if it's in my voice, then therefore it must be special. At that point, you're really dealing with really low-grade energy. And knowing that you're all types of energy. Yeah. But you're also all types of energy. And you can attract different types of folks. You might have to attract variations of energy to be somewhat equal to your variation of the many types of energy that you've developed. Now I get it. You're trying to soften down a person. So what? You're going to be rewarded saying, yeah, I've actually helped tame a beast. No, that beast is going to be a beast no matter where you put it. And it's a little bit more alluring because that particular beast is aware of certain things. But at the same time, he uses that same energy to belittle other people. Snapping off a couple of fingers, watching him suffer a little bit could be fun, but that wouldn't be me. Now, that would only be just showing us that you're not the vessel. But you got to take the sweet with the sour at that point, Axis at that point.
That's why I said he's not a lifestyle.
It isn't.
I made that clear in the chat. He's not a lifestyle. He's just a guest at the moment. And as far as my dad is always on he's always on the other phone chatting with me. For some reason, and I still have the text, he's still intrigued with Stephen for some reason. Mm-hmm. I don't know what his hang up is with Stephen. I don't know what his intrigue is with him, but I think he wants to eventually build Stephen's trust up enough to take him apart.
So play a clever game with a clever boy. Okay, good luck with that.
Yeah.
But again, at the same time, there has been a history between him and the other person that I know you're talking about that got upset, and rightfully so, because it was on your channel, where he did nothing more than fucking bombard her over and over again. He takes cheap shot at me, but I'm thinking fucking, I don't play with diarrhea of the mouth, boys. He's too small-minded for me. But of course, the best he could do for me is maybe go on his channel, do a little fucking Mexican song on some cockroaches because we multiply. Now, if he wants to call me a demon, an angel, I said the question is more for you. What the fuck are you? Besides being diarrhea of the mouth. But you like to entertain those kind of people because you play dark and light. But he's kind of not light and dark, Axis. He's more confused.
Oh, I don't doubt that. I am. I mean, I've got my there's madness and method to my madness.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going without some type of objective. But, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
For that moment with that particular person. And even prior to that in various other engagements. But I also have the in-between that transpired before that even took place. See, if you look, Dom, there was a devoid of participants and viewers.
Yeah.
So after that devoid, I thought, well, I'm not on here to entertain myself, and if I do, I'm going to entertain myself my own way with whatever it is I endeavor in. I'm not going to cater to people that aren't there. Why would I do that? I can go in the other room and jack off and feel just as good as if I'm sitting here with people watching. So Go ahead.
I was going to say, it depends what you're after. You're after quality or quantity? Because I get it. Certain characters, this is way too much energy. I'm even spending talking about this, going to tippy-toeing around fucking things. That's waste of energy. Where other people have their own channels, and some of the channels, they share quality stuff. But then when they go onto other channels, like, yeah, I keep my house clean, but when I go to strangers' house, I make a mess of it. No, you're not coming to my fucking house anymore. Now, they could turn around and say, I don't want to come to your house. I said, the only difference is if I do come to your house, I'll leave it the way I fucking found it.
Mm-hmm.
So this is your house. You're the host. If you want to be the host and you want a whole bunch of people to be like a Rocky Horror Story, and then there's one person that's actually kind of polite, no, I'm going to have to put you to the curb, call your parents and said, I put your child to the curb because he doesn't play well with the other yahoos, and vice versa. The responsibility is the host. Not expecting that the people that are in chat and all that, because you already know most of them, and of course, YouTube gives you that option. Fucking boot, block, fucking mute. Now, if not, then you have two children that are fighting with each other. You get them, both of them, you throw them across the room and say, listen, get it together. Or you just sit there and say, listen, I'm going to smoke a doobie and fucking watch you guys fight with each other. If that's what you're after. But some of the people that get insulted don't get a word's edgewise, and most of them aren't even on the fucking panel. So what that person is doing is like a little baby dog that barks in the park. No offense, Don, I know you got cute dogs. And then they bark to the big dogs, but then they go running underneath the owner or the host's leg. No, go back out there. Go play. Just don't do it on my watch. Go play. It'd be different if you were talking about esoteric stuff like some people understand, and you expand that. But no, let's come there and let's make fun of people, or let's defend people, or excuse people's behavior. Now, that might serve. The last time I remember Access, when I had actually go to do a live channel, is because that's what's already going on in these fucking communities.
Mm-hmm. I agree. It was what was going on.
Still is.
Still is. Yes.
So the only thing is now other people are figuring, well, hey, this other person's run a channel before. Yeah, they did a shitty fucking job at it. So I think I can do it too. I said, no, you're comparing it to a shitty job. They're not elevate your fucking level of performance and how you host and have a zero tolerance. You might have only a few people come into it, but at least they can say, you know something? That's a fucking class act fucking channel. But these other channels, I don't give a shit if they have 100 people come into it. It's noise. Now, noise could be interpreted useless. It could be people over talking each other, not really expanding it. Let's have a conversation the next time. What are we going to talk about? Are we going to expand what we talk about, or are we just going to figure out whatever the news is talking about, or so-and-so just accused me of some false accusations? Okay, so what? Is this a court system? And we're falsely accusing people, let alone even if it's the truth, if there's such thing as truth. I know I say this like a parrot. How does it serve? Whether it serves oneself, serve others, serve the community, people that are going to watch this later on recording and say, yeah, I got to listen to Access channel. Who's that one character? Yeah, that's fucking this way too much for me. Or other people say, you know something? I really don't want to watch WWE, even though it's scripted and they get paid for that shit. People do this willingly. It'd be nice if people are at least getting paid for this. You pay me Access, I'll tell you whatever the fuck you want to hear. But behind closed doors, they'll say, Access, I'm acting, right? Why? Because if you don't give me those zeros and that one in front of it, I'm not going to do that shit. But other people,
well, I would hope not.
Access, Jerry Springer shit does that, and most of it had to be scripted to a certain point. So people get humor from this. Go ahead.
I was on Springer. I know.
Yeah. So
I gave one hell of a show.
There you go. but you're acting, and you can transfer yourself and say, I left that on the stage. Where other people, no, they're carrying that into their own lives. I am the greatest in the world. Oh, okay. I'm fucking giggling, but I'm not doing it out loud because I'm trying to show a little bit fucking restraint. Because I would hope people do the same thing with me, Dom. Yeah, you had a brain fire. You thought you were the best, and I didn't think that way. But if that's what you perceived of me, what did you do? You're going to call me out on it? What happened if I did it out of ignorance?
Well, I will reveal this, Dom. That over the past probably 6 weeks, about 6 weeks, when Bex first started coming up here, and Steven was coming around, and Steven started making this a staple places he goes to hunt down Beck. I started watching the interaction, and there are no coincidences. Where Beck was, there was Stephen. Where Stephen was, there was Beck. And then when me and Beck started talking behind the scenes, which is the information I released in my community channel today, that should have summarized it all up right there. If anybody would have paid attention and read that.
Access, there's people that are on that other person's channel and they'll turn around and say, well, she deserved it. I said, okay, so if a woman wears a miniskirt, that gives people just cause to fucking rape her? You know how many people are on his channel fucking raping her on a regular fucking basis? They're not, they come up here and allow other people to do the same shit, let alone get some of those people to come up here and say your parents are hearing this shit, or your child or your girlfriend or your wife are hearing this shit. This is the clever game they're doing. They're abusing each other. And regardless of what
they abuse me with my son all the time.
Well, you're valid.
I get it.
No.
I get abused for being a Satanist. I get abused for having a murderous son. I get abused for being a piece of shit. I get abused for being a demon. And you know what? It's water off a duck's back now.
Okay, is it water out of a duck back, or does a person just become numb to that shit, and then other people figure, oh, they're tolerating it? No, they're not. That's why people drink, do weed, fucking get high. They're trying to escape the fact that nobody should be abused, regardless of the circumstances. I get if you need to defend yourself, but are you really physically being violated? If you're being emotionally and mentally, sure, okay, I get it. But not everybody can actually withstand that kind of punishment. Especially when a person says enough. Oh no, I'm not done yet. I think you deserve to hear this. Really, now you're going to make fun of a person's appearance. So what happened? They lose an arm and now you're going to make fun of their arms and all that kind of stuff. That's the stuff that's being entertained on some of your channels.
Well, yeah, they're doing it to me. Sure.
And that's not acceptable either. So either you get back, you do this clever little thing, at least the serpent will keep quiet for a while and fucking poke his head out who knows how many centuries later, and this is, listen, it's a quick fucking swift. I'm not going to drag this shit off or on. Opposed to, you know something? No, that's it. I'm not going to allow anybody to run space in my head anymore or in my emotions. Done. It's not getting even. It's done. Let's move on. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about dogs, cats, pigeons. Skateboarding dogs. Skateboarding dogs. I think dog could probably skateboard if I really thought about it. But no, let's talk about this. Well, so what? If we talk it about enough, then we're going to form a gang?
No, absolutely not. I don't cult up
But
in
when you
such a
talk
way.
about it, you release the energy so that it doesn't remain there. Sometimes when you don't deal with stuff, you don't fully deal with it within yourself. It acts like a magnet, and it attracts those same people or those same situations back until you fully release that energy. So my view on it is talk about it as much as you need to.
I'm with you,
to
dog.
release
Oh,
it.
no. See, I was taught not only by my in-home psychological management, not only by my nurse, but by my peer group on here, that I use my son as a badge of honor to find sympathy, because I never got time to grieve properly. So I will not grieve. That grieving has turned to anger and hatred.
Well, those are one of the stages, yes.
It's a part. Yeah, it's just one of the stages of grieving, and you've got to allow that process to if what you resist persists. It's just how it works within the human framework. So that grieving process and all the phases, the anger is a part of it. Just allow it to flow and come on out, and then when you're done with it, you'll be done.
If I can share access, so I'm done. You're kind of somewhat at a disadvantage because I've heard you talk about it, where your ailment has restricted your ability to move around. So if you were able to, get in your truck, be that nomad, you'd probably be more conducive to do your stage of grieving out in the wilderness. Fuck, I'm pissed off. I'll throw some rocks at that fucking tree or whatever. Where here, you're doing it in a public display. And unless you're in a safe environment, you're not, because what most people are doing, they're taking this, restreaming this, and then using it as cheap shots. So it's not conducive. Like talking about how you feel about being bullied as the bully's watching you and hearing you. No, it has to be in a safe environment. Now, it can be in a public platform, but not where somebody's restreaming you and just looking for excuses to fucking make fun of you.
If I could, here's an interesting one that happened today. My case manager from Park Center, which is my psychological people, he come in today with this grieving ass look on his face because he just lost 3 friends this month. And he was sitting there with that dour look on his face and telling my nurse how he's going to have to figure out how to deal with this loss. And I looked at him, I said, "You son of a bitch." I said, "You told me to get over mine, to get past it, to not allow it to affect me. And here you want to come to my fucking house and drag your grief in here with you?"
Mm-hmm.
He stuttered, stumbled, and left.
Mm-hmm. He got caught up in his own contradictions. Loss is usually some form of an attachment, and if you can show sympathy for others and vice versa, you'll be consistent. But it's easy to say somebody else, get over it. What am I actually getting over? It's like when somebody goes to a funeral, "I'm sorry for your loss." What are you really saying at that point? It's usually a very polite thing. Now, that person ends up getting paid to be really low-grade material. He might have had a bad day or whatever, or you might have had a bad day. But what are you doing when, you have a loss? Because most people will grieve about themselves first, and then they'll consider the other involved in it. No, you're not the one that had the accident. You're not the one that committed the crime. But I get it. For most of us, we have to go through our own stages first. Some people just have the ability. No, I won't make it about me. I'll make it about them. And then they forget about themselves. That's the person that's always the nurturer for others. I say, but you're living too much for them. Where's the balance part? And actually, you're mad. You're pissed off. Rightfully so. How you actually act that out, that's on you. If you can climb a mountain and fucking scream at the top of your lungs, yeah, go ahead. But if you can't do that, then there's other things. Some people can go boxing. Some people say, you know something? I want to take that same fucking weapon and start shooting a bunch of trees. Now, the trees could turn around and say, we have feelings too. I said, yeah, you're right. You do. So I'll just shoot beside you. But Don kind of said too, there is stages. And some people that have never learned how to get angry get stuck when they actually have to do it. And that's why when people say, you're not supposed to cry, I said, well, you're denying your child. Usually it's a boy. That what happened if he does have to grieve? Oh, no, he has to put up a good upper lip. I said, okay, so he's going to hide behind the bottle then? He's going to hide behind working fucking 10 hours a day, 12 hours a day? Because those are coping mechanisms, but eventually those things will take over. You presented certain things, access about what was going on with you, your family, and your son. But in an environment where most people really, I can't even say they're even malicious. They're just indifferent. Like telling you, okay, my son just committed a crime. Oh, well, he's bad. I said, no, the crime's been committed on him too. Even though he took out somebody else. It's like somebody being molested. Even the molester, there's a problem with everybody involved. Maybe that person got molested. And I get it. People could say 2 wrongs don't make a right. I said, okay, so then who does all the criminal acts then? And who actually who's the jury at that point then? You killed somebody, so now somebody actually has to execute you. Somebody has to take on that tough task. Now, it's usually a psychopath that does that kind of job, because a person that's somewhat empathetic, have empathy, being the person that's pushing the button, no, they're usually going to say shit. It's just a job. Okay, there you go. It's a job pushing a fucking button. And you're actually extinguishing somebody's essence out of them. Okay. Unless they value that there's something beyond the fucking physical. And at that point, take your chance in the next lifespan. But that's not to take away from people when they lose something, they're grieving it. Grieving, they're upset, they're in denial, they're angry. But not somebody you're going to put yourself around that thinks everything's a joke. Even me, actually, sometimes I get caught up in analytical. That doesn't serve in a lot of instances. No, Dom, I need somebody that's sympathetic. Yeah, okay, well, you need somebody that's just going to, analyze things. And of course, I can even break it down. My analyzing is probably trying to avoid certain emotions. And I figured that out when I used to fast really long. I said, why am I wanting to break the fast? Because I'm finally getting close to the emotion. Now, did I punish myself thinking, well, Dom, you failed? No, I didn't. I just became aware of it. It's like somebody said, Dom, I quit smoking for 3 days and I went smoking again. Last 3 days you didn't smoke. Good for you. Praise the moving target that's more praiseful, opposed to, oh, I can't believe you went back smoking. No, praise the fact that they started smoking for 3 fucking days. You praise a child. You don't go around fucking condemning every time it does something that doesn't meet your standard. And even that, is that not projection? And where did they get that from? From another parent that did the same shit, and there's a good chance their parents? Then you have to decide, do I end it here? I no longer want to play that game. I'll take my chances with something new, but I won't play that game anymore. Or at least I'll do it with awareness now, because most people do shit out of it. I know they're not aware. They're just in reactive mode. Well, at least do it when you're a little bit more, have the ability to respond. And then you find yourself, yeah, I'm going to actually touch myself again. I'm actually going to drink again. I'm actually going to buy another pair of shoes that I don't fucking need. But if you're honest with yourself, but I do consume all kinds of stuff. I consume food, I consume information. But that's different. So then everything's different at that point. What I get in some of these communities, people are either way too hard on themselves, which is its own challenge, or people think it's their fucking responsibility to be hard on somebody else. That's not your responsibility. Stay in your fucking lane. And even if you're going in the opposite direction, stay in your own fucking lane, because not everybody has to fucking play defensive fucking games with you. And we know who these community people are, but then they're fucking nobody, because they're not like Hitler. Either treat them with silence or you just say fucking enough. And then what are we going to have to start doing? Restraining orders on people on fucking the community? Pretty sure the credit system will do that.
Well, that's what I consider blocking.
You might have to access. Sorry, Don. I went on a rant there. You probably don't need this kind of noise. Don's been in a lot of communities before, and she just walks away from them, and I get it, because it doesn't serve. And even that, I'm speaking on her behalf, so I apologize. People want to talk about, just simple things or whatever, and as long as they present it in a very kind way, people say, yeah, you want to talk about your kids' pictures, you want to talk about playing sports and all that kind of stuff. But if a person's going to present something and it's very meaningful, but they do it in a very crispy way, even the way I talk, I expect people to tune me out. Now, somebody could say, Dom, you could change. I said, that's constant in my world. There might be something I'm trying to work out, and I don't have to be around everybody to do it. Now, if you honestly think, okay, access, if it's a thinking process that you can change somebody, you'll find out who the fool is after a while. It's not your responsibility to change another person, let alone get even with them.
No, this person will not change.
Even if they do, it's not your responsibility. Because responsibility comes accountability. And why should we be accountable for somebody else when we don't live in their vessel? We don't own their thoughts. We don't own their senses. That's the illusion that people really does out of ignorance. That's their responsibility. If they choose to react, that's up on them. If they want to be responsible, at least they can follow with accountability. And that might come into the sense of, I forgive. I said, I hope that forgiveness is for you, because you owe me fuck all. If they're going to be sorry, that should be for them, not for me. The only thing they're going to reveal to me is that I've lowered my boundaries down for a little bit. I just won't do that anymore with that person. I'm not going to stereotype and say everybody should have the same boundaries. No. That's their responsibility to understand themselves. That's why when I share shit, I could be using my fucking imagination to no end. It's still on each person how they want to perceive it. Because I don't own this language I'm speaking. How I wield it, that's on me. If I want to take that hammer and everybody else uses a consensus and say, listen, we hit a nail with that. I said, no, I'm using the hammer to wedge the door open so my cat can go in and out of the room. I said, well, that's not what a hammer's for. I said, you can interpret whatever the fucking way you want. I just told you what I use it for. I'm showing my own boundaries. And I'm not going to get caught up in how people want to perceive some device. They call it a hammer, because then I'll get clever. I said, okay, so where do you see the word? Because I can tell most people, your parents failed you. You just don't know it yet. What do you mean? Did they teach you how to breathe? No. Did they tell you they raised you? I said, they didn't even teach you how to fucking breathe. So what the fuck did they do for you so far? Because last time I remember, you can go quite a few days without eating, go quite a few days without drinking, but how long can you go without breath of life? And if we're going to get technical, I must turn around and say, okay, when you eat your food, who does the digesting of the food? Did your parents teach you that shit? Or did they teach you how to chew your food? Whatever they want, that information, that important information, you go within whatever's in that silent state that's there the whole fucking time, running your body, intuitively telling you shouldn't be going down that dark alley. But most people think it's outside. I said, you're not, when you're in a conscious state, you're not outside. You're behind those eyes. Now, when you go to sleep and your body's in that sleep state, that might be when they use all the transferring going on. It's like a hub. Okay, I think I'm going to jump into your vessel for a while. Okay. And then the next day, I'm going to jump into your vessel. Yeah, okay. Because if people don't value that stuff, then you have to question, why do people talk about things like walk-ins? You know, do we get birth or do we get born? You know, I like to talk about this kind of shit, but for most people, what they want to talk about, how much money can I make? I said, wouldn't you want to know how to actually make it, let alone earn it? Not really. I said, okay, so then you just want to be a robot and do it. I said, so then don't get bitching and complaining when they figure it's time to fucking remove the human race. You make yourself expendable. I don't think it's a class act when you belittle another human being. If you want to make it more a general statement, sure. But when you start pointing to an individual person, give them at least some respect and talk about it privately. Because if anybody ever tries to scorn me publicly, I said, what do you expect is going to happen to me? I'm either mentally going to fucking defend myself, or I'm physically going to defend myself, or I'm going to actually have to do the opposite.
Barging in and pushing, what are you here for? I don't know what you're
Sorry
talking
about that.
No problem. I get it. We're getting to it. We're in an age where all this information is available to us. So it's not like in the older age where, you know, people would use the word like omniscient. There's no way they could have known. No, today you can flip up a fucking phone or a laptop or a tablet, and you could ask all kinds of questions, and it could be at your fingertip. So now you know those things. It doesn't mean you understand it, let alone have discernment for it. But at least now you actually have knowledge of it. But it still has the question, how does this serve you to know that we did or didn't go to the moon? How did it serve you whether or not you understand some old terminology, like you says, you know, duck off a water back? When my buddies used to say that to me, I said, you looking Rob right in the face and said, Rob, do I look like a fucking duck? No? So then stop fucking saying those moronic statements to me. I know what he was trying to imply. I said, but I'm not a duck. It's like when people say, don't be like sheep. So I said, do I look like I'm a fucking sheep? No, this is a human issue. This is not an animal, in this case, a sheep issue. Or when people say, I'm going down a rabbit hole, I said, you look like are you a fucking rabbit? Well, no, then stop fucking burying yourself into a fucking hole like an ostrich with your ass up in the air like a fucking bike stand. I know me axes, and when I get crusty, I'm like, okay, fuck, I'm gonna bury this fucking person with words. Does it serve me? Not really. It aggravates me because I know I have to be careful how I wield those words. Because I do it out of fucking kindness, and this one, no, my apology, not kindness, out of caring. And even that, the fact that I have to say the word, that means I'm full of shit. It's nice when people are at least aware of what they're in. What they do with it, that's on them. You want to work? You want to learn how to summon up demons? No problem. But what you do with it, that's on them. Only thing you could be is the messenger at that point. You want to learn how to be the best thief? No problem. I'll show you. You get caught, that's on you. You become rich, that's on you. But people think, oh no, but I want to make sure that you're going to give me this information. Make sure for sure it's going to work. I said, you want guarantees. Life doesn't work that fucking way. And if they value their life so much or their existence while they're in the form, then why the fuck do you drive a car? Why do you go in a plane? Why do you go into a train? Why do you live in a house with fucking gas? At any moment, poof, next thing you know, you're bounced out of the poker game. Now, people might not believe that. I said, well, then the question is why? Then explain why somebody comes into a form that's only a one-time trip and they become trillionaires. Then you need to understand how it works for them then. See, I don't value that. I value that we come over and over again. So if you become attractive, it's something you must have done in a previous life and vice versa.
Yeah, I need to address this, Tom, real quick.
Go ahead.
No, Neo, Mag, it was not Steven that violated. It was Bex. Did I get the AI profile I wanted on Steven? Yes, I did. But it was Bex was the one that created the warfare, the drama, and started waging people to attempt to go to battle with me. So I hope you get that through your head, Neo, because Bex is the next AI model that I'm getting.
You have a better chance of making amends with Bex than will you ever have with the other character. So she feels safe enough that she can actually explore how she feels about it to you, Access, and vice versa. If you actually did it with this other character, no. He'll laugh, he'll fart at you. So you got to be very aware of the company you keep at that point, or the people that you're even mad with.
I done got what I need. I got an AI profile of him. I got something to work with so that I don't have to deal with him in the future.
So did you also get a lock of his hair? Get a fingernail?
No, I got a sample of his voice and complete diagnostics of what personality I could get in the meantime that he was interfacing with the AI.
Okay, so you know this Access. You know his personality is not who he is, whether he wants to.
Oh, I know.
Okay, so whoever he truly is could be something that most people can't be around, meaning that it's an energy that's just too strong for most folks. So being a personality or behavior, those are things that are demons. So it's like when somebody says, I'm an electrician or I'm a plumber, those are just masks. So to get mad at somebody that doesn't realize that they're in a mask, or let's say they do, it's like a criminal. If a criminal truly knows that they're a criminal, and I'm, say, an honest person, we both know our energy, so we walk away from each other. They're looking for suckers. So in this case, you've got somebody's personality, his patterns, his rhythms, but that's not who he is. Everything else, that's the bait.
Well, no, but it gives me something to work with in a comedic and interactive way on my platform without having him there.
Okay, let's go that. You made it and you wanted to do that. I've shared with you before because I just know me. Don't make it about me, because I usually try to rarely make it about anybody else. So I would hope that people can at least show some example of respecting my wishes. If they don't, they violated me. They just don't know it yet. And I just have to bite my fucking tongue. Rebecca didn't want to make it about her, and she made it quite clear. She was expecting more from you than she did from him. And you defending her was still making it about her. Me talking about her right now is still making it about her. So does she have the right to actually rip into me? Fucking right she does. Hopefully she'll do it privately, because she's not here. And she might even turn around, and I'm overstepping my boundaries here now by saying, do you think I even need to defend myself? It's called backbiting. And it does a lot of damage to the heart.
I wasn't there for the last 2 days that she did that exact same thing to me. and I kept quiet. But that's all right. It's okay for her, but not for me. I got you.
Well, it should always be a one-way street. It's your boundaries, not theirs. Again, that's revealing how we want things to sound nice. Well, as long as you treat me right, I said, how about you just do your thing, I do my shit. You know, it's like when people say shit like, you know, happy wife, happy life. I laugh in people's face. What the fuck? Touch of that shit. It's not your responsibility to make somebody else happy, because if it is, therefore, then you can also make them sad. Why are you responsible for somebody else? Be with them. Don't have to be their fucking slave or their master. It was a simple request. I was there when I heard it. When I was in chat, I heard it. And I kind of even anticipated before she even said it. She eventually going to ask for that. Why? Because the other person's just going to go on and on and on. And it wouldn't even serve to make it about him, because he loves that shit. Whether it's positive or negative connotations. But the first time you say something negative about his family, how quickly, and that's what people just do. Now, they can say, I'm full of shit. I said, there you go. You're making it about me, really. Usually self-absorbed people do that shit. When they get all caught up, oh, I want to make it about them because they hurt my fucking feelings. No, you're just revealing how self-absorbed you are. You know how to humble yourself, you're not going to be affected by that stuff. Everything else, you might say, maybe I just need to move myself. Why? Well, because my body's saying, listen, I need to fucking fight now or flight? I'm putting myself in harm's way. And last time I remember, people already do that shit. They'll fight for wars for that kind of stupid stuff. I'm fighting for my flag. There you go. There's a fun one. So you're going to put your body in harm's way because your mental mind or your emotions aren't developed enough. Why don't you jump out of a plane without a parachute? Why would I do that? Why would you fucking carry a gun and go into another country and fucking think that you're defending your country? Come on, fucking wake up, you fucking moronic piece of shit. Now, I only say it that way, hoping that maybe, why would you say that? I said, because you got so many fucking walls layered in you that I had to actually raise my voice, and I had to even use a word that might catch your attention. Opposed to me saying, well, you know something, all the best to you. You know, maybe you should consider what your kids think about that, or your wife and all that. Yeah, what, I'm going to talk like fucking Osho now? Put a bunch of in front of it? Sedate people? It's not my responsibility to sedate them, but I will tell people the way I would treat other people, and I surely wouldn't put fucking other people in harm's way. Now, am I verbally abusive? Yes. Is that on me? Fucking right it is. And I might even have to use this clever game of saying, well, then I'll just do something kinder. I say, yeah, I'm going to play this ping pong game over and over again. If somebody attacks you and then you respond to that attack with it back again, they won. You lost because it reveals you're attached. So you're just revealing your fucking cards to them. What a fucking child. Yeah, but Dom, they hurt my feelings. A child. That's what the child rearing is all about, to develop your emotions. If you're true to yourself and you know that you're okay being a piece of shit, nobody should be able to move you from that. If you think you're an honest person, then nobody should move you from it. If you want to be a Christian, now you're going to be challenged. Now, some people might be channeling, and demons work through them just to say, listen, I want to find out whether or not this human being is what they are. Because we never find enough worthy ones. But when people say shit, I know the truth, you're not worthy. You're fucking full of shit. Or when people say the devil advocate, you're not worthy enough to be the fucking devil. Now, everything I just said could be nothing but fucking full of shit. But it is fertilizer, nevertheless. They're not asking anybody, hey, what technology are you using? How would you explain that to a 5-year-old? How it came to be? What would you say? Science did this? Or a company made that? No, you're full of shit. You just don't know it yet. Who gave us all these languages that we're using? You can explain who used them, but who gave it to you? People get offended by words. So now how do we distinguish the difference between being offended by word or a woman got raped and a child got molested? How the fuck do we distinguish the difference now? I'm sorry people's little fucking feelings get hurt. Toughen it up a little bit. Meaning that establish your boundaries. And the way you do it sometimes is when you go through the fire. Somebody says a mean thing. Okay, thank you. Somebody says a compliment. Thank you. Why? You don't have to show me your cards. Especially when they're just an acquaintance. If you can have 2 or 3 good friends in one lifespan, fortunate are you. I have a couple of good friends and I have hardly any fucking enemies, so I'm doing quite fucking well. And people that say that they're my enemy, I said, you're not even worthy enough to be a fucking punk ass. But people are quickly saying, I'm going to make it against you. You're not going to make it against me. What are you going to do? You're going to come over and you're going to pop me out of this vessel? Then what the fuck are you going to do?
Who, me?
No, and I do have sis. Because we rather just play in the other realm than play this realm. Because it's a different type of game that we're playing. This particular realm, we get so attached to it, we forget, are you those things? It's an inquiry. And for some people, it'll reveal, oh, fuck, I'm trying to get everything based on answers, opposed to possibilities. How would you know? How would we be able to explain to other people? You've tried access to explain to other people. I've done a whole bunch of things that get me into that state and fucking beat you to no end. And what reward did you get from all of that, besides that personal reward? Do you honestly think most people are going to grasp what you have to say? It's like talking to somebody as a Christian, love thy neighbor. If you've never been outside of that vessel in a conscious state, who the fuck are you loving at that point? The car that's outside, the woman that you think is your wife from outside, your kids that are outside, but you're never out there. The illusion is looking through the eye. That's the concept of the Plato's cave. And then you try to explain to other people, well, guys, this is a different other realm. It'd be like Max trying to explain to anybody he just meets about remote viewing. For a lot of people, it's like, what is he talking about? And the ones that have experienced it is because they've experienced it. I can ponder it as a possibility. You know, that thing that you're talking about, getting angry, getting even, you can reflect it on, I hate to say this actually, but it is what it is. Your son might have had that same moment. And how many years now is he paying? Is he going to pay for it?
Who's Stephen or Beth?
No, I'm talking about what your son did.
Oh, my son?
Yeah. In that moment, now he has to, his vessel has to pay the price of an emotional or mental state that he was in, regardless if somebody says, well, the other person deserves it. Nobody deserves it. Those are excuses and justifications to do that shit. Especially if people really understand what karma is. Especially when people understand, you know, why do samurais, fighters, they fight each other, but they say, no, but the last blow is mine if you better me. Why? Because they understand karma. Why would I want somebody else's karma? That's not my role. That's why I said, what he serves in this lifespan, let's hope that's what it ends, but there's a good chance he's going to have to do it again. It's no different from people that commit suicide. Did you give it a chance? Did you talk to other people about your disailments or whatever's going on through your head? No. So you did a selfish act. There you go. Oh, but suicide's not a bad thing. I said, there you go. Excuses and justifications. They're not ponder different possibilities around that. I'm not saying what I'm saying is right, let alone is it wrong. So when somebody gets somebody irritated, the question is, why are you being triggered? Why? Because your trigger is not in what you resist. Your triggers is what you're attached to. So what are you attached to? You like compliments? You want somebody to say, good little girl, good little boy? Is that where your triggers is? Why? Because it's not because somebody called you an idiot or a moron.
No, my trigger was complete betrayal.
Mm-hmm. Anyway,
that's what my trigger is.
Well, I'm going to take off soon. You have company coming?
Do I?
Yeah, you do. And I know you guys do share with each other. So whatever you guys are having going on with each other, I hope it works out. But like I said,
I didn't know I had company coming.
I know somebody in the back chatted. So they'll be back in a minute. Yeah. Like I said, Axis, the one person that kind of got a little bit upset with you is because they feel safe enough that they can at least explore their emotions around you. So there's something that you can work with that. And hopefully that'll be, and this is my interpretation, that'll be done privately. Not on some public platform, because even when I talk, this is like us airing our dirty laundry. And I don't mind doing it once in a while, but my question is, am I getting paid for this fucking shit? And getting attention is not what I classify it as fucking getting paid. Anyway,
Well,
good night, guys. Go ahead.
well, we'll see what transpires here. Then you may be proven completely right and beyond my realm of comprehension and even expectation.
No problem. But I don't have to be here on panel with you Access when that's occurring. So have a beautiful
No, I know that.
ciao, buddy.
All right. Hello, Stephen. Are you muted? Nope, you're not muted. Giving me the silent treatment.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me better now?
Now you're coming through.
Okay. I just had to grab a drink and put my ching chong leftovers away. That's some Chinese takeout.
Was it good?
I was hoping, yeah, it was very good. I was hoping that Dom would stay on. I don't know why he got triggered and ran away. He was talking about people getting triggered, and then he left.
Well,
Was it because I was coming on, or what upset him?
yeah.
Why is he so triggered around me?
Well, that's what I've been finding out here the last couple of days, Stephen. Is
Well, didn't he just
one?
mention people getting triggered?
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, one.
Isn't he a
Is your,
hypocrite? Isn't he doing the same thing? I mean, it's weird. Dom, you got to toughen up a little bit, Cupcake. Let's get real here. You got triggered just because you saw my name backstage. He had to leave.
Yeah.
Run away.
Did you go to the community post and read those by chance? Because Bex took
No, I
her.
just got here. I finished eating my ching chong.
She
Do you
took her
call it that
entire
in the
face.
States, or do you call it? What do you call it? Chinese? Go ahead. Sorry.
She took her whole Facebook profile down,
Oh,
or at
she
least
did.
hid it.
Oh, I think
Yeah.
she took it down. But she said she blocked you or something. But did she remove it?
I don't know, but somehow I still got the transcript, and I posted most of the transcript on the community section.
Oh, on your channel here, or
No, yeah, on my channel here, the community section, at least a couple of the more interesting highlights that drove the last couple of days and couple weeks and what transpired, and the fact that the show that we did the other day, me, you, Cage, and Pam, I received such an immense amount of backlash that they have gathered together in small bands to cult up and rise against the Axis Rattblood.
Yo, so she's been talking about me, I guess, saying she was
Well,
saying
see,
she
I've got
thought
the
I was
proof
her
here.
puppet. Really? She
Yeah,
thought I was a
yeah,
puppet.
I got the proof here for the last. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why I wanted
Wow.
you to read that. Is because
Wow.
everybody was talking about Forbex being stalked by Steven, but I have 6 weeks worth of uh, communications between me and her where she was directing the moves from behind the scenes and showing how she was keeping you. The word here is uh, and would like to keep the sanity machine in position as my puppet, so to speak. See, they think it's all you, Stephen, but I knew what Vex was going into the arena. Vex don't change, nor do you. And I knew this going into the box. But see, I don't think people realize that Vex was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. They do now because I posted it on the community and she took her Facebook profile down to hide it.
Yeah.
So that's not to say you're innocent. That's just to say you're both guilty.
No, I'm not guilty. I'm not saying I'm completely innocent. I admit to whatever I've said about her. I own all of it, but she goes around and follows me around on YouTube. She posts nonstop if I'm a guest, whether it's here, Jack Talcott's channel. If I'm a guest on a live stream, she's yapping about me in the chat room. And even when I'm not on a live stream, she's yapping about me places where I'm not or where she doesn't think I'll ever see it. She's talking about me all over YouTube for months and all over Facebook and everywhere that she can, in public, in private. She can't shut up about me. She's obsessed
Well,
with me. I don't care about her.
yeah, and she set out to do damage to my channel because I hosted you, Cage, and Pamela, and we were having an enjoyable stream, I thought.
I have a bunch of intelligent, sweet, good-spirited, beautiful, thin women on my channel, and I
I
have
don't know
all
about
the
that.
female. What do you mean you don't know about that?
I
Well, then you
don't know
must
what
be
the women
blind.
on your channel. No,
Well,
I
then
don't
you
know what
don't
the
have to
women on
know
your
about that,
channel
but
look
you
like.
must be blind. There's a bunch right there, right here, right now. Salty Siren, Carmen, Louise.
So I've never seen them in
Well, you
person,
can say
Stephen.
you don't know about that. I've seen them. Well, you haven't seen anyone in person, really. Have you seen Bex in person? I can put her pictures up.
Yes,
It's her. She's ugly. She's a fucking jab of the Bex. And I've
yes,
seen
I've
these
seen Vex
women.
in
So you can
person.
say you don't know about that. I don't need ugly, fat fucking beasts, and that's what she is. And
Don't
she's a
attack
psychotic
me,
cunt.
Stephen.
It's beyond
I'm
just
not
her
here
fat
to
looks.
attack you.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I have beautiful women. I don't follow around an ugly, psychotic beast on YouTube. She follows me around. She stalks me. She's obsessed with me. Everywhere I go, she's filling up chat rooms talking about me. All she can do, her live stream last night was talking about me. It's just
And me.
mentioning me all the time. And you, yeah, but dude, she's been talking about me for a year now. She's obsessed with me. She can't shut up about me. So she says, "Oh,
Well,
Steven talks." If she shut up about me, I wouldn't have anything to say. I would just fucking move on. Like if she'd shut her mouth about me, then I would just move on. She wants the attention though. Nobody likes her, dude. She's one of these fucking fat, ugly, fat women that's psychotic that wants attention, and the only way she can get it is yapping about people. She can't get normal attention like a regular woman would get attention from men. She can't get that.
well, see, the only thing I was really concerned about was the betrayal, Stephen, on her part.
Was what? Her what?
Betrayal.
Betrayal. Well, she betrayed me multiple times, dude. How do you think all this got
Right.
started? I don't dislike her for
I
no
don't know
reason.
how it got started.
Well,
I
I'm
don't
telling
know.
you right now how it got started. She betrayed me multiple times. She's not trustworthy. I've known that for a year now. It's not just because she's obese. That's what people have to be smart enough to see that. If they're not, too bad. I don't just go around hating someone just because they're fat. She is obese, but it's far deeper than that. She's two-faced. She's disloyal. She's someone that can't be friends. It's not just that I'm not her friend. I wouldn't, if anybody that thinks that Bex is their friend, you're delusional. She can't be a friend to anyone. You can't trust her. She's conniving. She'll stab anybody in the back and throw you under the bus. That's Bex.
Well, I've seen that.
Yeah, that's what she does to everybody. And the ones, then she'll get back with them again, like London and these others. She's feuding with them and hating them one moment, and then a month or two later, or 3 months later, she's back with them. She did it with Venus. She did it with London. She does this with all of them.
Well, she won't get that opportunity here again. That's for damn sure.
If you gave her an opportunity to stab you in the back, she'd do it 10 times in a row, and she wouldn't give a shit. She wouldn't even bat an eyelash.
I believe that now.
Yeah.
I truly believe that now.
She's done it to me multiple times. She mistreated people on my channel that were very good to her the whole time. As soon as she got kicked from my channel, she started back talking bad about everybody on my channel. Women that were very kind to her. They didn't bash her the whole time she was there. When she was on my channel, like as a guest live for hours and months, they never bashed her, and she blocked them all. She blocked every woman on my channel. She's that much of a jealous bitch. Because she wants to be able to talk about people on my channel without them being able to see it. She hides it. She's sneaky. She's conniving. She's duplicitous. She's disloyal. She's two-faced. She's everything that a friend should not be and cannot be if they're a friend.
Well, I definitely see sociopathic behavior.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think she might be on disability. Her father's a doctor, and I think maybe her father could see what she is. Her family wants nothing to do with her.
So I don't know about all that. I just know
you don't
what
have to know
happened
about
here.
all that. I've done my research. Her father's a doctor. I know his name. I'm not going to mention it. I'm not going to dox him or her, but I know all about their situation. Now, I don't know if JG is in love with that fat bitch, but I don't know why he came on here. Hopefully not. But he likes to follow me around and talk about me too. He's kind of like a male Bex for some reason.
I don't follow you around.
Yeah, you do.
No, I'm telling you, I don't follow you around. I checked
You follow me
Calcott's
around
out. I went on there
like a
fucking with
lost
him.
kitten. You follow me around like a lost kitten.
Live, so I came on.
Well, you follow me around, Bex follows me around, and Dom leaves every time he sees me. Like, what is with you Panelverse people? What
Bro,
the fuck?
I don't follow you around.
Yeah, you do.
No, but see, you're pushing a narrative, and I'm
You
telling
even
you
go
the
on
truth.
channels pretending to be me. You want to be me. You went on Talcott's saying that you were me.
Mocking your
You want to be
contrived
me.
bullshit.
You want to be me. Nothing gets contrived, dummy. You're just a low IQ,
dude,
homeless bum.
You're as contrived as can be, man.
Not contrived at all. You're just
No,
jealous.
you are.
Speaking of dummy, hold on. I want you guys to hear this.
You can gaslight your life away, man, but you're not real.
Gaslight. I'm not gaslighting anybody.
That's what you do.
On you. You're a pissant.
You're not pissing on anybody.
You're
playing
pissing.
yourself.
I'm pissing on
it's
you right
backfiring.
now. I'm pissing on you right now.
Yeah.
It's backfiring, man.
You're a pissant.
Maybe
you're jealous.
Hold on.
You're delusional.
You're obsessed. Go ahead.
That's you.
One more thing, dude. I'm feeling just super like disconnected from the world, bro. Like I know you feel the same way. So just so you don't feel alone at how you're feeling, but man, dude, I feel so discouraged from this life, and you know what I mean. The only thing that keeps me going is just like you said, is food, water, and shelter. You know what I mean. Other than that, dude, like I don't know what to say, but if something happens to a nude dude, I'm out. I'm leaving. I'm gonna get all my shit, and I'm out of California. I'm out of this whole thing, dude. So
Where's
the
he going?
longer she
Mars?
stays alive, the
Is
longer
that
I'll
Ian?
stay collected. But if something happens to her, dude, like she's my everything. So it's like I don't know, man. But I just want to share that with you. But dude, I just feel outside of that, dude, I just feel like this world is not for me, and I can't. I don't know if I can do it, dude. So I feel the way you're feeling, man, and I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of this world, and where it's headed now is like, dude, I just want to die alone in the woods because some fucking serpent, someone that fucking swore allegiance to the serpent is gonna be fucking taking me into a fucking serpent slayer fucking hospital, and then they're gonna fucking capture my soul or something. Like, I'm really fucking just like, I don't know, man. Anyways, much love.
What the hell is that? A voicemail?
Yeah, Ian.
He
When
left you
was
that
that?
voicemail?
When was that?
Wasn't that long ago.
Is he depressed? Is he going to end himself?
I don't know.
Nah, he's resisting, man. He's in a state of resistance.
Last I seen, he was a pretty happy zombie.
Well, I know his life sucks, and I know he's well, he's getting laid now, so I think he just lost his virginity recently with that Linda's chick with the terrible voice. She sounds like she was punched in the throat or something.
So he's weak. He's losing his Christos, so he's weak.
He's pussy whipped. I think she's spanking him with her clit. She's got a giant clit, as I understand. Her clit is bigger than his dick. But so he was depressed, and that was not that long ago.
No.
Oh, was that when he
Remember
dumped
what I
the other
told
chick
you?
that-
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was wondering if it was tied in with that. How long has
Yep,
he
it
known
sure
this
the fuck
Linda's chick?
was.
Go ahead.
Couple months.
Well, now he says he's in heaven until she breaks up with him. Then he's going to be heartbroken and probably saying he wants to end himself again. But she must have money because he quit his job and moved out of his place. He
She's
just
got
left
LA
everything.
money, is what she's living on. If you know anything about LA, she's got LA money.
LA money, like, is she an only OF or escort or something? Or
She just has LA money. That's as far as I'm going to take that.
well, she's paying the way because she's got the place and the art. She's got an
Right.
RV they're traveling in, and yeah, he doesn't have a pot to
No,
piss
they're
in.
back
I mean, it's
home
all
now.
money. What?
They're back home now.
Yeah, but she
He's
does have an RV
released
in a
a
place in
couple.
Malibu. She's so
Oh yeah,
it's all her
yeah,
money. It's all she's
yeah,
paying the
yeah,
way.
yeah. Well,
He's just
didn't you
along
hear
for the
him
ride.
say that now that he has the money to do things? You didn't catch
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
I thought maybe you would catch that because I caught
yeah.
that.
I did. Yeah, yeah. I was playing some of his videos on my stream last night. I think it was. We call him
Yeah.
Drew
Well,
B
the thing,
Dog or Eeyore because he looks so sad all the time. He's always sad. This is-
and to clarify the nature, if you're going to go in the woods and you're going to poke a snake with a stick, be prepared to be bitten. And yes, I am the snake.
Corny. Come on, man. That was corny as hell.
It's the truth.
You can't even move like a snake, man.
Really? Last I heard, snakes use poison to kill, right?
You're like Mr. Glass from Unbreakable, the Bruce Willis
Mm-hmm.
movie.
Mr. Glass, what? Well, snakes use venom. They use their fangs with venom.
That's right. They don't have to move very far at all.
Who's Mr. Glass?
He was kind of the anti-superhero. He's like the most destructible superhero there is, as opposed to being indestructible.
He's a Negro. I just looked it up on YouTube or on Google image. He's calling you a Negro. What the hell?
Nah, that's not what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
People sling words around here that they don't want to be accountable for. They create
Samuel L.
narratives.
Jackson.
They say
He's a
things.
Negro in a wheelchair. What? You calling Rattblood a Negro?
No, I'm saying he's Mr. because Mr. Glass was very fragile. That's why his
And
name
you're
was
saying
Mr. Glass.
you're saying that Rattblood is so fragile.
I'm breaking his stones.
Well, I suppose I'm pretty fragile.
What an insult to compare Rattblood to a Negro in a wheelchair. My goodness.
Hey man, he's a daisy.
Hello, this is my personality. I'm not contrived.
Not contrived at all. What does contrived mean? Do you even know what it means, JG?
No idea, man. No idea.
I have never asked anyone to do anything on their channel for me. If Steven didn't screen capture it, will be a fuck you to him tomorrow. If you don't mind. I know how the goldfish mentally and most of these people are on YouTube and would like to keep the sanity machine in a position as my puppet, so to speak.
Well, I have some finger puppets like this King Friday, but Bex is too fat to be a puppet. I can't make her a finger puppet. She's too fucking fat. Hey, is
Well,
El Jefe Blanco, is that JG? It's probably JG.
That's not me. That dude was on Cage's channel earlier, but he was coming at Bex.
Oh, okay. I don't know who he is. It's not me. No, he's coming to my channel. He's talking about you on my channel. He said that you and Rattblood seem like 40-year-old virgins. And they're wondering why I'm streaming this. They're wondering why I'm streaming it.
Well, this
I am
El
a
Jefe
40-year-old
dude
virgin.
doesn't realize I've got since I'm a kid.
Yeah, I don't even have that, man.
You cut out.
I said I don't even have that. I'm a fucking actually I'm a 54-year-old virgin, and fuck, man. My kids were adopted. A couple of them were gifted to me through surrogacy, and man, I've never had pussy before in my life.
I had sex with 5 different girls in 5 nights, and fuck.
Bullshit.
Still Arizona.
5 guys, maybe. I think they named 5 guys a burger joint for JG, likes 5 guys at a time. He's gay.
I can tell you every girl I've had sex with.
Oh yeah.
50-year-old lady from Malibu. She was a model when she was 18, 19, and 20. Parents were wealthy as hell.
Are you from California? Are you one of those Cali fags? Turkish Cougar, 42, in Tempe, Arizona. Banged
2 nights in a row outside in a fucking random ass lot. Banged a chick with
And
a
this
train
one was
tracks.
this one was kind of a kick in the teeth. I trust you and your intentions, and I never intended to confuse you nor reprimand you. I don't think you owed me an apology, and that is why I didn't respond when you apologized.
I know who El Jefe is.
Who is
Dude,
that?
Cage, it's one of Cage's. Cage has got these like trolls. They just show up and troll him. Oh, you owe me money. You owe me money. He's got these like weird ass motherfuckers. Like
Who was the
Dungeons and
fake Cage that was on here the other few nights ago?
who?
There was a fake Cage on with Cage. There were 2 Cages here.
I don't know.
There was
This
a
shit
couple
does
of
that.
times. One was you, and one was his other buddy.
Yeah, I don't mean the one that was me. All I did was whistle. There was one on here before
Yeah.
me. They came up with it. That's why I came on.
Yeah, he's one of Cage's groupies.
I had sex with a fucking chick from Ecuador in Hawaii last night. I was there. She had the fucking nicest.
Yeah, sure. Did you have sex with your mother or something?
Had sex with my mom.
Ecuador.
Yep. Had sex with my mom.
You were in Ecuador?
I just said she was in. It was in Hawaii. I met her when I was in Hawaii.
Oh, Hawaii. I'd say.
How'd you get to
man.
Hawaii? You don't have any money.
Freight train.
Rode his bicycle.
Freight train. Yeah, right. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm trolling you now. I'm trolling the troll.
I'm not a troll.
I am.
Why would
Yeah,
you
and
call
I'm-
me a troll? That's stupid.
Yeah, and I'm black.
You wish.
That's you. You wish.
You wish. You're just copying Talcott with "That's you, that's you." You sound like Talcott. It's gay. You sound like that fake guru Talcott. That's you.
That's just a great line to use. That's you.
Are you gay or something?
Speaking
That's
of that,
you.
anybody seen Lonnie? JG, you seen Lonnie? Heard from Lonnie?
I've
seen him. I've seen him.
I was
Okay.
thinking. I said that to somebody earlier. That dude disappeared. I mean, he was. You seen what happened to him?
Yeah. Yeah,
He
he
looks
got
like
on
a
the
little
mess.
demon. I've seen what he looks like. He's tiny. He looks like a little demon.
No,
Like
he
a
does
5 foot
drugs,
nothing.
and he gets carried away with this crazy like targeted individual shit. Where
Yeah,
it's
he's
just like,
on drugs.
No, he tells tall tales. Like he gets carried away with bullshit. Like we call guys like him fables in Philly. Like, oh,
Well, see,
fables.
he was-
Look at fables over here.
He's a midget. He's like a demonic midget.
He just got fable tales. I had a buddy like him, James Brennan. growing
You
up.
don't like Lonnie, do you, Rattblood? Lonnie walks around with a butt plug. He's just a little midget demon. He's a midget demon.
Lonnie got caught up hustling money, and whenever he hustled some money from Ian suckered into him the first couple of times until Ian found the video with the meth pipe on the table, and that's when me and Ian had a big talk.
Oh fuck! Did
Yeah.
Ian suck off Lonnie? Because I think they're both fags.
They haven't met.
Okay. Is Lonnie the same as Goblin, or is that a different person? Because they both look like these little demons.
It's 2 different people.
Okay. Well, they're both the same size, though.
I don't know.
They could be brothers.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
they're both about 5 foot nothing, and they just look like little demonic faces. You know, Lonnie was close with Bex. I don't know if he still is, but
I
He
don't
used to
know.
suck her ass. Yeah, it's true. He used to go on her show. I've seen him live on her show on camera, sitting beside her, just sucking up to her. It's disgusting.
You know what's really gay is being in a relationship with a woman that just manipulates the shit out of you and plays the shit out of you and doesn't even give a shit about you. She's
That's
My
just
you.
first wife.
finessing the shit out of you.
Your first wife did that to you. You took that shit. Rattblood.
Oh yeah, my first wife was a theatrical performance that only the darkest corners of hell could have derived.
Why'd you stay with her? Why'd you get married? Like, why'd you fuck up?
The daughter, Lacey, my adopted daughter.
The kid or the chick was fucked?
You're roboting. What did you say?
Why'd you have a chick? Why'd you have a kid with this chick if you knew she was fucked up?
I didn't have a kid with her.
Oh, it's not your
She,
daughter? She had a daughter?
yeah, I was dating this chick and from the same town that my ex-wife was from, and my girlfriend at the time slept with her boyfriend. So in retaliation, which unbeknownst to me, she decided to get back at my girlfriend by sleeping with me. So she followed the group around and became a groupie.
What in the
And me
Jerry
and
Why'd you
Springer
hang out with
situation
goofy
now?
ass chicks, man?
What the hell?
Like, it's
groupie,
it's one thing to bang a goofy chick, but to actually like fucking try to be
can I
friendly
finish
with
the
them for
story?
weeks and weeks and weeks. Nah, you can't. This is my show, man.
Okay. Well, it's all you then.
Brenda's here, by the way. Brenda said demons don't exist. Well, Brenda, there's only two genders. I hate to tell you, but Brenda. Is it Brenda or Brad?
Well, what's a
Do you know
demon?
who Brenda is? She's in the
What's a
chat room.
what's a demon, Brenda?
Brenda's got a dick.
So you start talking about demons, right? And these people can't go deep with it. They got nothing. How about you come up on panel, Brenda?
Come on up here, Brenda. Brenda got triggered by me on another show on the Z channel. She lost it and got kicked off the show.
Is she on your panel or mine?
She's in your chat room right now, Rattblood. She's right there typing in your chat. She said demons don't exist. I don't know who she's talking to.
I don't see her.
Oh, she's right there. She's filling up pages of your chat.
Well, that's all I'm looking for right now. Trying to find it.
Yeah, Axis, you constantly disappoint me, man.
Good. I
I was
told
hoping
you
you
I'm
had. I
nobody's
was hoping
hero.
you give us stories like I'm giving, you know, like, oh, I banged this Malibu chick, and
Yeah, well, that was later on in my career.
you're telling me you got married to Nurse Ratchet. Come on, man.
Brenda's mocking
Well,
you.
you never let me finish the story there, JG, so I suppose that'll be up for speculation in everybody's mind for the rest of their lives.
Does anyone here think that chicks with dicks are demonic?
No, dudes that go trans have been mobbed down on psychologically. They've been unnerved. They've been emasculated. That's all it is.
Emasculated. That's an interesting word.
I don't think people realize that they're males, right? They're trying to turn us gay. Like, I don't think people realize how hard they've tried and are trying. Like, people see the trans shit and they're like, oh yeah, blah, blah. But it's like, do you realize how hard the fucking trying to pimp the shit out of us? And scientists have
Okay,
like
there we go.
strategically tried not to turn certain people gay.
Hey, I can see the chat now.
Like
Wow. Yeah, there is some activity going on in the chat. Let's see what some people have to say. Hopefully,
not only are toxic women coming at you, then you got the corporations, you got social media, you got all this shit. Everybody's just trying. It's like you're in a thought experiment. Austin wrote this story called We Troll. Everybody's just trying to troll this one person, right? That's all it is. Like, we're just in this fucking nut-ass fucking video game.
I don't know about a video game, but I do have a concept of where we actually are.
No, this is a video game because we're born into it, and it's inevitable. You gotta have fucking money as a tool, right? It's part of the game. You got the system trying to fucking push all this shit on kids, right? They're trying to turn the kids queer and push queer ideology. It's part of the game. It's one big fucking video game. Who's running the game is the elites, it's the wealthy, the corporations, economics.
You call the demons elites? Is that what you said?
The elites are the intelligent, wicked. I won't say they're demons, because demons is just another tall tale shit. And then people say, oh yeah, demons are real. It's like, well, all right, gargoyles are real.
I see.
It's infantile. That's what I'm getting at. There's deeper. If you look at the mind and behavior and study the mind and behavior, you'll see it's deeper than fucking demons. Just to say demons is so infantile. It ain't shit. There's no substance there. There's nothing.
Really? I call them demons. The demons. Demons. The demons. Brenda disagrees with you. Brenda said life isn't a video game. You are not trapped.
It's been made into a video game, Brenda. That's what I'm saying. It's just a game.
Do you think Brenda's a woman? Do you think Brenda's a Brenda?
I don't know. Like,
you ever heard her voice?
That's what I'm saying.
Brenda, do you sit down to pee?
I think. Who is
Life must be terrifying.
El Jefe Blanco.
That's some troll from Cages. Life must be terrifying if you think you live in a haunted, demon-filled world. I don't think I live in a haunted, demon-filled world. I know I live in a fucking intelligent, wicked, insane world there's a nationwide mental illness. It's just fucking, it's a psych ward. But you can think it's a haunted, demon-filled world. I mean, that's a belief. That's not even a fucking... Fact. You got some like illusionary, not like illusionary world you're in.
No.
Haunted
Who's
demon
she
filled
talking
world.
to? Is Brenda talking to me? Who's she talking to now? She's confused.
Haunted demon filled world. Like you talk
Brenda,
about
you're
shit like it's
confused.
a
You don't
movie.
even, Brenda doesn't even know what bathroom to fucking use. I mean, Brenda, you're confused.
I feel sorry for you. No, you don't. You're full of shit. It's like, yeah, this is a psychological war we're in, and there's tons of people that are ill, and
I
it's
think
like a
she does feel
collective.
sorry for you. I think she does.
I feel sorry for her because I see where her conscience is at, and she's still like not fucking understanding. She's still fucking low conscious.
You're calling her, though. You're assuming her gender. What if it's a guy that's just saying they're Brenda?
Well, if it's
She's
a guy,
assuming
he's a
I'm not a
fucking weirdo.
demon.
If it's a guy, he's just a emasculated weirdo.
Well, if you've ever heard Brenda on a panel live before, you might not call her Brenda a she.
Oh, so Brenda is a trans.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
I
We got
see.
we got a fish. The queens are here.
Well, since she doesn't have any respect for being in the presence of the demon, and I being a demon,
It's demon.
sanity
Spelled DEMON. There's
machine
no D at the end.
certified.
Brenda,
Like,
do you know
that's
Rachel's
supposed to be
Ghost?
better.
There's a few like Rachel on YouTube on the panel. Brenda would come on here and be like, "Hey, what's up? What's up, everyone?"
Brendan's just a retarded dude. That's all it is. Good God, it took him 50. I didn't know you were fucking trans. What the fuck? If you show your face, then yeah, of course I'll know. Brendan creates.
Nice.
Nice.
Hey, call
He
for
dropped it
zeros
in. Now he's
here.
Brendan.
I understand the
A
trans
fucking
thing.
trans
I've worked
creative.
security for a large trans
We got a trans
party.
creative in here.
About 150 attended. I had planned on it being this theme. It is as it is.
No gays
Yeah,
want you, JG. Well, I'm happy then. What do you think
we
I should
didn't
be
have
like? Should I be like sad that you're saying that?
trans too much in the dungeon, but
That's the gayest
we
gaslighting I've
had
ever seen. That's the gayest gaslighting I've ever seen. No gays want you,
drag
JG.
queens.
Gayest gaslighting I've ever seen. Like who even gaslights like that? You're fucking weird as shit. Yes, you're trans.
Brenda's laughing at you. Oh man.
And welcome, Call for Zero. You're always appreciated.
Dude, if this is you, Steven, you're a fucking fag, man.
It's not me.
You're already a fag, but
You're
if
a
this is
fag. It's not me, you fucking paranoid loser. I'm just
nah,
laughing because
I'm not
this
tripping. I'm
trans
just
is
saying.
fighting you.
Yeah, this
funny.
dumb retard Brendan is pissed.
Why would you think it's me? What the fuck? Where did you get that paranoia from?
Well, I know you troll, so I'm and you're
No, I
telling
don't
me
troll, dude.
you're telling me he's trans. You know about this person. So
Who do I troll? What are you talking about?
your whole fucking spiel, your whole act is a fucking troll.
Whole act. I don't have an act. This is me.
Nah, it's a put on.
This is me. This is not a put on.
Yeah, Brenda, you suck. You're corny as shit. You're dull as fuck. You're trans. You literally fucking got emasculated. You lost the video game.
Is the link to join still in the chat? Brenda's been on here before, I think, talking with Rattblood, if I'm not mistaken. Brenda's a real
Oh,
person.
Oh,
hold on.
he's backstage. He's backstage. Hey, this is Brenda.
Hey, all. Good to see everyone.
Dave call 40.
Hey, Brenda, what's up?
Yeah,
Do you like
King,
trainees?
yes, I heard you talking about the demons, and with my paranormal investigation, I've encountered 2 demons identifying themselves as a demon, clearly. And it was in California and Santa Paula at the Glen Tavern Inn in both cases. I don't think it was the same demon. One was on the 2nd floor of the hotel, and the other was on the 3rd floor.
Were they humans?
Well, the first demon we encountered on the 2nd floor, I had gone down to the lobby. I was taking a break, and one of the kitchen help came out, an American Indian, about age 30 something. And he said, "What are you doing, man?" I said, "Yeah, I'm paranormal investigating." He goes, "Oh, wow, can I do that with you? Can I?" I said, "Well, it's pretty heavy duty." No, please, I want to go. So we went back up to that 2nd floor, and we started encountering spirits. And this guy from the kitchen was pissed because so many guests had been leaving before midnight because they had stuff happen in their rooms. Paranormal, knocks, different things. A couple of apparitions, like an older couple saw a little girl, and it was just, they were chasing people out. So he went in there and he's like, "Hey, listen, I got something to say to you. I don't like you pushing people out of here." And he was just really fired up like that. And he goes, "Hey, you want to have a cigarette? You want to go outside and talk about it?" And he was really pissed. And then a voice came through, "A demon." And he's like, "Oh man, my head." He like had this headache, a really severe headache. So something happened in that encounter, for sure.
Yeah, it's called drugs, Dave, and it might have been this guy.
No, he was working in the kitchen. He was working in the kitchen. And then we left about a half hour later. We're like, "Okay, we're done with this."
I think you just got carried away with your beliefs, man. I think you just jumped to a conclusion.
And then on the 3rd floor, this was a notorious room where a John had attacked the working girl and left her in the closet, and she was found later. And I've been to this room 4 or 5 times, investigating cameras and the digital recorder. And I was sitting in there alone, dark. It was around maybe midnight. And I just asked, "Hey, is the girl that was found in the room, would you like to talk with me? Are you here?" And then a girl's voice came through and said, "I might." And then another woman's voice came through. It sounded like maybe her madam, said, "Lena." Like that, like like she wanted to push her to talk with me. And then she goes, "I'm a demon."
Oh,
So
shit.
I don't know why that happened, but it happened.
So
God damn.
that bar's been investigated several times. I didn't know that you were one of them that got to investigate it, but that place is steeped in highly paranoid or paranormal activity. Apparently, one of the girls was murdered there, and the guy that murdered her is also still lingering around.
Yes. And that
Dave,
guy
do you
was
know
very,
that? Do
the
you know
guy's
that
mean,
like?
man. He tries to push me out all the time.
Right.
Do you know that?
Right. I
Do you know
believe
that
that.
like mentally ill people, right? They'll LARP, like retarded mentally ill people, right? Stupid people. They'll LARP as a demon.
Really?
No, I actually, by all biblical rights, have demonic fallen angel Nephilim blood coursing through my veins. There is no mistaking it. There's no denying it. And people that have the identifying tracing markers, the genetics, and the physical attributions, they can deny it all they want. But when those markers are there and those attributes are there, it is what it is. Come on, man. With the fart noises, I not necessary.
I'm sorry. I had Chinese food earlier.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can stick my headphone up my ass and give you a real one if you'd like.
It might turn you gay, though,
Axis
so don't do it.
on that kind of that DNA thing you were hinting on. My father's an O negative. He passed away years ago on Halloween, by the way.
Right.
His family is generally psychic and successful, like with money and stuff like that.
Yep.
And also, and there's something I don't want to get specific on, but there's also a tendency to do bad things, very unacceptable things. So I'm not sure what's going on, but it sure feels like a DNA thing to me.
What, type O negative? Yeah, they're demons.
The RH factor to that blood type also has heavy implications because one particular side of my family all has the RH in their blood type, and they are incestuous, brutal, lying, stealing, conniving, interracially breeding, degenerates. Sorry, dude.
Oh, I'm gonna be sick. I gotta go. That incestuous interracial breeding.
Anyway, guys, I enjoyed the conversation, especially Dom earlier. Man, he was bringing the reality.
No, Dom believes in karma. Dom believes in foolish shit. I don't.
It's
I
not
think he's an
always
idiot.
pretty. It's not always pretty or acceptable and borderline criminal, but it's reality. So
I don't deny that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't. You aren't leaving, are you, Zero?
Yeah, I gotta head out. See you guys.
Okay.
Just gotta catch them all.
Thanks for jumping up, Zero, man. You're welcome anytime.
Interesting. We got a demon slayer. Yeah, but see what happens to a person to the point where they're saying I'm a demon, right?
A fully embodied demon would be a walk-in without any traces of person being present that was the previous personality. But I just know that I have Nephilim and fallen angel genetics in me from lineage, and by identifiable genetic and physical traits attributes.
Wait, do you have 6 toes on each foot? Do you have Nephilim feet? You don't have Nephilim feet? No club feet?
Nope.
Cleft palate?
Nope.
Double rows of teeth like giants?
My teeth were fucked up, yeah. I had to have a lot of dental work before I could actually get on stage and perform. I had to.
Did they have to wire your mouth? Like, have you ever seen those ones they have to wire the mouth, the whole jaw shut?
No, they put adjustable tightening retainers and did small surgery to get the teeth in place.
Ugh. Fuck. Did you disown your Nephilim family for being too sick?
I don't have any family.
You do, but they suck, right?
I just don't claim them. I want nothing to do with them.
Are they like in Deliverance, the banjo guy? the kid playing the banjo.
That's a shitty movie, man.
I never seen that movie, but just that scene that's always referenced, that the Joe Biden character playing the banjo.
Yeah, it's
The
a weird
black-
movie.
Oh, Brenda's leaving.
Good. Good.
Do you think there might be 3 genders, like he, she, and it? Could that be possible?
Hermaphrodite.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's really like a masculine else that just are feminine as shit that end up trans.
Do you think this realm should just be condemned and just a write-off? It's just too fucked up.
Sure I do.
We're in a psychological war, and some people get psyched out, and then they start wearing dresses and fucking acting like they have tits, you know? That's all it is. The big picture is we're literally in a mind war, and it's, you know, it's survival of the fittest, and people are getting played out left and right.
I think they're falling victim to social engineering. Totally.
I think they're
falling
demons.
victim to it.
I think it's Sodom and Gomorrah with these demons. They're just into weird shit. They're just freaks. They're just into freaky shit.
This will probably run Steven off, but you know, I have a great adversity towards anal sex, and whenever I think of 2 males, and this was just by the concept alone of trying to understand, if a dude has anal sex with a dude, not only is it nasty enough that he's penetrating a fecal cavity, but then the fact that if he leaves a jelly baby, that semen that's going to leak out of his ass, that's what's called a jelly baby. And then if the guy does not wash his penis, and the other guy goes down on him in fellatio, then he's
oh fuck it. What?
That will turn you against homosexuality real quick. It did me.
Oh shit. Who told you that? Did JG tell you what he's been up to? He's into that, isn't he? Oh.
No.
Fucking gross.
But that's just the visualization of that alone was enough to absolutely sicken me to the
Was
the
Marilyn
thought of,
Manson into that shit? I heard he was gay.
No.
He's not secretly
No.
into. Oh, okay. He's
How many guys have you butt fucked, Steven?
none, except your mom. I don't know if that counts as a guy, but your mom.
Yeah, I mean, my mom has a vagina, so she's not a guy. So terrible try there.
Wait, your mom has a vagina?
Right, so she's a female, and
Are
that
you
was
sure she
a terrible attempt there, Steven. You're losing your game, man.
That's not terrible attempt at all. I heard you were into that stuff.
Pretty bad joke. My mom.
Was it?
She's good.
That's not a bad joke.
Corny.
No. Are you from gay Philly? Are you from gay Philly?
What is gay Philly?
Gay Philly is a gay. It's a gay city. City of brotherly love, isn't it?
Well, that's the gays fucking saying.
Yeah, it's a gay saying. Are you
It's
from gay
it's
Philly?
the complete opposite.
What do you mean?
In Philly, brotherly love, like having your brother's back and being a good friend, that's all fake. It's all an act.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's just a game, man. It's just, you know, like I said, we're in a video game.
But when you were in Philly, did you suck Negro dick in Kensington for drugs?
No. Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Are you sure?
Did you?
Are you sure?
Oh, I'm sure, man.
No, man, I'd never been there. I'd never go to that gay city. Gay.
You wouldn't
Gay Philly.
survive.
It's gay Philly. I call it gay Philly.
You couldn't live there,
I wouldn't live there. I wouldn't want to live there.
but you won't be able to survive there.
I wouldn't want to live there. I live in a castle. I wouldn't live in gay Philly. Ugh.
I'm just being honest. You get played
Ugh.
out quick. They
No.
destroy you.
No, I wouldn't.
Yo, yes, you would, because I was the guy fucking robbing dudes
Not
like
at
you,
all.
beating people up like you.
No, you couldn't beat up anybody. I've seen you. You're tiny. You're a pissant. You couldn't beat up
I'm
anybody.
6'1", in decent shape.
Ugh.
I can fight. I fucking
Nah, you
have beat the
can't
shit out
fight.
of many people.
No, you come on, don't lie on here.
I'm not lying. I have videos on YouTube.
You couldn't
people
beat the
know.
shit out of anybody. What are you talking about?
All right, I'll get some buddies up here. They'll tell you tons of stories.
Last fight I was in was 3 years ago and was with my fentanyl dealer.
Oh, so you did fentanyl?
What?
Yeah?
You did fentanyl.
You still do it?
Oh.
No. No,
Do
it
you
almost
fuck
killed
guys
me.
in the ass, Saxus?
No, I do not.
Did Brenda fuck you in the ass, JG? Is that why she was here? Is that your boyfriend?
I don't know who Brenda is.
In the chat room. Brenda, is that your boyfriend?
I don't even know who that is.
Well, Brenda was talking about you, so I just took it that you knew each
My
other.
boyfriend's JG.
No.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
Brenda has banged you in the ass.
Well, it's weird to even think that. Why are you thinking that?
Because you were talking about doing drugs in Philly and all this
No, I
gay
never.
shit.
I don't do drugs. I smoke
Oh.
cigarettes.
Okay.
Right. You're fucking up here.
No.
You're not real.
I've
Not
been
at all.
having
I'm
to
just trying to
survive.
get to the truth. What do you mean I'm not real? Of course I'm real.
You're not real. You're just a manipulator that fucking
I'm real.
can't stop. You just can't
That's
stop. playing
you.
games.
That's you. You're not real.
No, I can play
That's
games,
you.
right, and have fun, but I don't
That's
take it to
you.
that point where I'm
That's
fucking up.
you.
That's you.
That's you.
That's you.
That's you.
Hold on. I think I'm faring fairly well here. I have Tylenol, nighttime and sleep. Don't do that, man. Really. Tylenol, nighttime cold and flu. I've got my Tylenol PM. I got my Klonopin, and I've got morphine and gabapentin and melatonin.
What's that? What's the Klonopin?
Why
What
is
was
Flow
that?
State lurking? This shit sucks. Why
Now,
is
what's he
Flow State
doing? What's
lurking?
he doing here? Yeah. He's a
I
fag.
don't
Maybe
know
he's
why
after
he does
JG.
what he
He's
does.
a fag. Flow State. Do you like him, Rattblood? Do you like him hanging around?
Who Flow State? Look, I've called him out on being here. I don't know what his purpose is here.
Why do you
Whatever it
ban
is,
him? Just fucking ban him. He's a loser.
you know, as long
Well,
as he ain't disrupting.
What's up with that base Oracle dude? I heard he disappeared and deleted all his accounts and he went MIA or some shit.
He's a pussy. What do you expect?
Is he a Fed? Is he a cop? What's his deal? He appeared like he
I
was.
don't know what he is.
His composure, the way he carried himself, was very Feddy.
Yeah, it was fake. He's a fake. He's very contrived.
Just like you.
Not like me at all. You're wrong about me.
I'm right.
I'm curious about one.
I'm a king.
I'm curious about one. When you were listening to Bex's stream yesterday, did you hear her make mention about calling the cops?
What?
Calling
the cops on who?
I don't know.
No, I don't think I heard that, but I was kind of falling asleep by that point. She's just she doesn't have something to hold the audience's attention. I was already sleepy and it was just like she just kept looping and saying the same stupid shit. It's just her show sucks. It's boring.
Because
I wonder
there's two
if those
people
stay
that I know
numbers.
that are verified police officer involved. That's because they were making some pretty heavy statements against my son before the trial was up, and the lawyer and the detective had to get a hold of them. And in the woodwork of this, my detective having, or the lawyer having to get a hold of them for making slanderous remarks before my son's trial, turns out two individuals in this community are directly involved with law enforcement. And then when Beck said something about the police, I didn't know if you guys knew anything
I don't know
about
if
that or not.
I'd have to play it again. I have it recorded.
Yeah.
On my
Who's
live
Play it
involved?
stream.
again. Play it
I
again.
think
You'll
she
hear
took
it.
it down though.
What two
She took
people
her
are
stream.
involved?
I think
Do
Flow
what?
State wants to blow YouTube, but anyway, I gotta go. But
Oh,
yeah, I
Flow
just
State didn't.
All right,
He's
take
not.
care, Stephanie. Keep it
I know
real.
you love me,
I mean,
JG.
fake. I don't.
You're fake.
I
That's you.
I put up
That's
with
you. That's you. You're obsessed
man.
with me.
All
You're
right.
obsessed with me.
That's insane. That's
You're
insane.
obsessed
man.
with me, dude. You wish you were me. You try to come on shows pretending to be me.
Well, it's called mocking you. It's not. It's not me wanting to be.
You're obsessed. You're
Oh,
obsessed.
yeah. Yep. Yep. So corny, man. Keep telling yourself that, Steven. God's fucking corny as shit.
Yeah, but he helped me get to the bottom of some shit. Not that I'm, going to take him on as a lifestyle, or Steven does his thing, I do mine. But he was a means to an end to discovering some things, and once I found out the information I wanted and retrieved the archetype to put with the AI that I wanted, I think he was very cooperative in that way.
Huh.
But I have ulterior motives to everything that I do. There's madness to my method and method to my madness.
Right, you're pretty crazy, man. I already got to know that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know why people try and make sense of me, or why people try and take measure of me, or why people have any expectation of me whatsoever. That's like trying to define the wind, or to take measure of the wind in a net, a fish net. It's just, you just aren't going to be able to do it. You might be able to get an aspect of me, or you might be able to hone in on the persona that I'm projecting at a certain time, but the whole, yeah.
You're still human, though.
Well, I'm trying to get rid of that as quickly as possible. Hey, would you like to see how dysfunctional my mom is?
Sure.
Cool. I was hoping so. I was really wanting to. I've got some of my skill modeling on here too, that I figured before the night was over with, I was going to entertain myself with. But let's see. Let me make sure I get the right one. Maybe this is it. Is this it?
The fuck is that? The fuck was that?
That's my skill modeling. I've got to get to. I do skill modeling, JG. I've got a couple videos on here of
Hold on, show it again.
some big scale modeling that I've done. But I do.
You show it again.
Yeah, I will. Here in just a second, I'll show you. I'll show it to you. It's really cool. It's still set up. It's one of the main attractions when people come to my home. They're like all enthralled with it. And they just gotta find
I can't
find
even
this.
show the camera, man. I hate this shit. Fucking, you go to show something and you can't even show shit.
It is not idle words that will set you free. It is not the you viewing.
No. I know I uploaded it. Goes to figure. You go look for something and you never can fucking find it. Shit's just stupid. Irritating more so than anything. Nope, that ain't it either. I don't know. I thought I put it on here. Thought for sure I did. Maybe this is it. Maybe it. This is it. Fuck. Ain't that a fucking bummer? Nice technology for you. Fucking technology. Son of a bitch.
Steve,
I
you know,
was.
this Steven guy is real fucked up, man.
I think I am too. I think that
We're
I
all fucked
not
up.
only was on the verge of a nervous and complete breakdown, but I think that um, I don't feel sane or in touch with reality at all anymore. Especially these last several days. I think
I tried to help you out, man. I gave you, my mind. I shared my mind and I try to help you with some discipline, but that's all I got.
I know. I'm not complaining.
No, I'm just saying, man. Like, I've tried to help many people in these panels, and it's just, that's all
I
you,
don't
that's all you
think
can
I
do.
can. I don't think I can be helped. Honestly, to tell you the truth.
The moves are
I
on
think.
you. It's your
I think.
move. It's your actions, your choices.
Well, I would agree with that, except if you've ever had to deal with somebody who started losing their cognizance and their ability to handle or deal with reality, well, I'm there. I am definitely fucking there. Well,
Well,
son of a bitch. Ain't that a motherfucker? I was hoping to show that to you. I was kind of looking forward to that.
would you say you're at rock bottom?
Oh, hell. I done hit rock bottom, splattered myself, and now I'm just an oozing, bloody flesh taste rolling off of that into some sewerish gutter that's flowing into a contaminated ocean.
Damn, man. Well,
Yeah, I tried to I've tried to let my services, my in-home services, know what was going on with me and how far it was getting, but I don't think they took it seriously enough until today. Today, I think they might have got a real good glimpse inside of how incoherent I am to reality at this point. And I really don't care anymore. I really don't. You know, I it's free floating into the abyss of madness. Well, son of a bitch, man. Ain't that a motherfucker? Is this it? That ain't it either. God damn you to hell. You piss poor, pathetic, fucking sorry son of a bitch. Huh. I know this. Nope. I don't know, Gigi. I guess I didn't get it downloaded. But that figures.
That's her little hobby.
I'll show you my hobby if you're interested. Really. Don't know how interested you'll be, but
Well, first, what is it?
it's that's the whole game board there. So
Pretty weird. What do you like about doing this shit? Making this shit?
It is not idle words that will set you free. It is not.
I said, what's that?
What do you like? What do you like about that shit?
It used to calm my nerves. I would start out with an idea or a concept and start buying the game pieces and fabricating all the terrain, the walls and the castles, and painting all the little miniatures and building the diagrams and to scale and as real as I could get it. And then when I lost my eyesight, that was the end of that. You know, the old eyesight took all that away from me.
You can still see, but your vision's worse.
Yeah, I can't see to paint miniatures anymore at all. Yeah, that's definitely a thing of the past. And then oh, I don't know. Yeah, I've got two of them on here, but you got the gist of it. You see what I do. Pass the time. Used to. Getting ready to set up a.
I think you're around. I think you're letting a lot of these wicked ass people into your environment, and that's like kind of fucking with your morale.
It is. It is.
When I've talked to you, you seem real chill. Like, you know, seems like a lot of these shit's fucking you up.
If people would quit expecting things from me or expecting a certain type of behavior or would allow me to express different types of behavior at different time without trying to pin that on me as, oh, that's how he's acting, that's how he's going to be from now on. No, there's so many different aspects and facets to me. And if I'm going through a turbulent psychosis, you know, bless the ones that are there with me to walk me through it and still call me friend at the end. But those that condemn me for being mentally troubled and under such a high level of stress and personal life issues, you know, and still point a finger and say you should be or you know this is the you know I don't need that. I didn't have time to grieve my son. I didn't have time to grieve my mom leaving, my daughter. I didn't have time to get myself back together. And then if I make any diversity whatsoever after spending an entire summer doing what I'd done to expand my ability to comprehend, and now that I'm teetering on the edge of complete insanity, people are concerned about the way I'm acting or the way I'm approaching things. Why would you measure me? Why would you do that? You know, that's like telling a sick person to get up out of their wheelchair and walk that has no legs.
I hear you. Yeah.
But I let them do what they say and say what they do. You know,
well,
nothing I can
suck,
really do about it.
People suck. I gave up on people a long time ago. What I like about these panels is you can talk to people, you can educate yourself, you can learn a lot, right? There's a lot of knowledgeable people out here. But to me, it's like this whole friend shit doesn't exist. It's just acquaintances, right? Accomplices. It's just it's just mind communication here.
Yeah, I found that out over the last couple of days more so than what I wanted to under my state of duress. You know, dare another person say that they're there for me because they have some type of understanding or compassion for me, but in the midst of my madness, don't even have the audacity to click the link to even come up and have a type of communication with me that would potentially leave the distress state behind, or even interact in chat. So once I seen that transpire, then I seen people just utilizing this platform for their own self-indulgent reasons. And then the one time that I do come up here and I do enjoy myself and had some fun, well, it started a whole fucking campaign of little cliques and cults out to take down the Axis. You know, so uh, it is what it is, man. And I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed of them. I'm ashamed of all of them. You know, that's like running to a fucking uh, mental institution and demanding that everybody suddenly be sane. And if you're not going to be sane, you're going to get a strong talking to. You're going to be told how to act. You're going to be told what to do. You're going to be told what the circumstances and consequences are if you don't get sane.
Yeah.
It don't work that way.
Well, the harsh truth is, I mean, this is all just a mental institution. Everywhere you go, every culture, whatever you're in. You go on YouTube, right? You fucking go to a Home Depot. It's just it's all mind of behavior that is plagued. It's flawed. It's fucked up.
Yeah, but see, they don't like it when I strike back. JG, they don't like that.
Fuck them, man.
And then if I'm not
I tell this people all the time, right? Like, people have no real power over you. People trying to manipulate you. All you gotta do is ignore them. You turn it off. Like, there's ways to defeat things, right?
right, I was just trying to be an accommodating associate on the metaverse.
Well, who's trying to bring you down?
That's what this whole panel was tonight. It's a shame, really. And now to be able to alleviate having to deal with a hypocritical case manager, a a fucking massive amount of mind altering substances and sedatives, you know, that's the only thing that brought me to any state of stability. It wasn't a friendly voice. It wasn't someone willing to address the darker sides of what I'm dealing with, because I've done been told. Nobody wants to hear it. And then after being told I wear my son's murder like a badge of honor for myself, well, that right there called it all for me. I get blamed for him doing what he done. It's not a fucking badge of honor. And no, I never got past it. And I've never had time to grieve it or really deal with it. Because every idiot's like, well, you got to toughen up. You got to get past that. You got to move on. You got to be there for him. Yeah, well, that's nice and all, but in the process of that, I've completely completely devastated what bit of mental sanity I had left.
Well, keep trucking, man. Keep trucking. I mean, people, they want to pin you. They want to fucking diminish your mind. They want to dismiss you. You know, dehumanize you. I'm telling you, man, this shit's all a game because of the mind, right? Because of this mind we have, our behavior.
Your mic went down, JG. Are you there?
Yeah, you just gotta laugh at these motherfuckers, right? That's like, you know, somebody says, "Oh, you wear it like a badge of honor," just laugh at them, like, man, you're a fucking retard.
Huh.
Seriously, just keep laughing, man. You should watch some comedy and just keep yourself laughing, because
Well, I
it
thought I
really
was,
is infantile, right? It's like
I thought I was headed in a pretty good direction by building these AI language models and coming across with an ideal of interacting with mimic word models of individual personalities. But, you know, even that at this point in time is just, I don't care. Fuck it. It's out the window. Somebody else can pick that ideal up and run with it because I'm not going to stand against that much opposition. I'd rather bask in my own insanity.
well, I gotta bounce, man, but just keep laughing at all the bullshit, all these people trying to manipulate you, say, "Oh yeah, you wear the, you know, you wear that murder as a badge of honor." Just laugh at it, because it's just it's people just trying to fucking dehumanize you and fuck with your mind. And a lot of people do it, and they know what they're doing, and a lot of people don't know what they're doing. You always got to look at that, you know, figure out like who's who. It's a game, man.
Right? You're roboting and you're cutting up, JG. Oh, maybe he's gone. Thanks, JG, for showing up, brother. Appreciate it. Appreciate the visit. I wonder what this one is. Oh, for fucking sure I downloaded that. I'll check through a couple more of these real quick, and if not, I'm just gonna finish off this bottle of sleeping medicine.
One more thing, dude.
It is not idle words that will set you free.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure if you were going to stay live for a bit, so I just figured I'd come back here and get in front of those see at the ballet there. It's good music you're playing. More enjoyable music.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of that music. I used to do orchestration. That was the first orchestrated piece I did for the ballet. It was the first. It was the first performance I ever got to do. And that was the music. I got to write the music to it. And then later on, I just did composures for other people's ballet, and I was stuck with kind of the traditional modern ballet classic takes, Nutcracker, Swan Lake, um, shit, shit like that.
So how, and because obviously you experienced it, how does one get into that? Like, do you just do music and you present it to different kinds of platforms, or in this case, different places, and then they accept it or don't accept it?
No, I was with the ballet company out of Chicago, the Dance Collective, and Liz Monet come in. She was the ballet teacher, and she overheard me playing the piano. And she asked about the song I was playing. I said, "Well, it's one of my songs." And then she asked if she could hear more music. I brought in a CD of different things I composed, and she wound up incorporating them into one was into a um, uh, New York ballet. Um, they did is a biblical take. Joseph and something. Anyhow, it had to do with religion, and then the one that this one was done off of was a modern take of Swan Lake with a little bit darker modern aspect, and then I just started doing different composure for original scores and pieces that they had performed ballet around. Liz wrote the choreography, and I incorporated the music, and that paid for my ballet lessons.
Nice. That one, Joseph, by any chance, was that the one that I think they got Donny Osmond to be in it? The Technicolor, I think
Yeah,
it's called. Was it the one?
yeah, yeah.
Oh, well,
That
okay.
was it.
Well
I
done,
got
Access.
to meet the girls from from that company, and I remember telling Liz, I wish I was that beautiful. Not as a girl, but just the way they moved, the grace.
Mhm.
And I was very fortunate enough to be able to be a part of that and see it. They were professional, beyond professional.
Well, I can imagine
Really
that
loved
industry.
that.
A lot of them would have been somewhat handpicked or whatever, and there's like so many probably trying out for those positions.
Oh, yeah. God, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. There's physical criteria that they look for. There's attributes to their technique, how well that they do classical ballet and are able to switch that over into modern ballet, and then tap and jazz, and then theater plays its part in there. That's
What's
where I
the one?
met my second wife.
What's the one in Canada called? Circus Soleil, I think it's called.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
watched a documentary on that, and that's you know, a lot of people fighting for certain positions, and then even that, you could be yesterday's news, I guess, once you've done like a year's run, I guess.
yeah. It's not a very long-lived career in the ballet, uh, and then you wind up doing Broadway after it's ballet when you're peak out at ballet and you're no longer got that same stamina, that same physique, and that same approach, they throw you on in Broadway musicals, and a lot of people try out for that. I tried to my daughter followed my lead, but I tried to get my son to go to auditions because that's how you get picked for parts, and that's how you get discovered. You know, people don't just randomly pick you off the street unless you're a friend of a friend who's in the industry. But they have roll calls and rehearsals, and you go and you showcase yourself. You read the part, or you dance the piece, and there's a panel that basically takes you, just completely rips you apart, and then they make a determination. Sometimes some of those rehearsals, they're 400 or 500 people thick, for just a small 1 hour, 2 hour row in a play. I tried to get my son to do that, and he didn't, because I told him I would help him with his acting, and I'd show him how to dance.
Isn't ballet one of the higher suicide rates?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see it's like, as much as from the outside it looks beautiful, I'm pretty sure a lot of strings are being pulled really tight. And some of them, like you're saying, 500 people trying to, perform just to get I don't know how many people would even get a part.
It's very cutthroat, and you always have a stand-in, and the stand-in, they always want you to break a leg. Needless to say.
Break a leg so I can replace you.
Yeah, fall on your head, do something, get in a car wreck.
Mm.
And then it's an understudy. So your understudy is your worst your worst nightmare, because they want your position, but it's
your replacement.
I don't know.
You're training for you're basically training somebody that eventually is going to replace you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know, everybody said throughout my life that when I was in the ballet, I was the most peaceful and sane that they had ever dealt with me. And I lived it, though. The music, composing, performing in the civic arts centers and the amphitheaters, and that was before I went on the last tour in 2016, and just after I got my divorce from my first wife, and then met my second wife in the ballet.
From your experience and observation, what kind of personality does people either come in or eventually form when you're in that industry, Axis, would you say?
You come in raw, but you at least have some etiquette, and then they do complete etiquette training on you. And it's always posture. You're 4 hours a day, no less, for stretching and bar time, and you have to run through all your positions, whether you're performing that week or not. It's still every day. And then whenever you got a piece that's coming up, they do choreography for it for generally about 6 weeks until everybody has it down, and then you perform it. I just got the butter end of it because I got to perform and write the music. So the music was very familiar to me. I was able to move with it easy. I got a entire album that I've done that's nothing but the ballet scores. Beautiful time. No debauchery or hedonism there, though. That was all pristine etiquette. I graduated Ferguson's Academy of Music while I was in the ballet.
Yeah, you know, when you watch TV, go ahead.
Just got a lot of respect for the female gymnastics, ballet, diving, and all those women's sports take such an amount of dedication and drive and determination, and especially the beam. The girls that did the beam, just absolutely incredible. And then the uneven bars is another that I really love to watch. And ice skating, I got to see Tara Lipinski when she retired out of the Olympics and was doing the Stars on Ice. I actually got to see her. That was awesome.
I was going to say, Axis, you know, when you see things on TV, like TV series, it's always cut and paste. So they don't run like a typical week, what a person that's in that industry they have to do or what they do on downtime.
Yeah, it's even in downtime, you're still 24/7. You got to get up. You got to eat a citric and lots of citric, lots of water. Um, almost a vegan type diet, and then you go for 4 hours of rehearsal. When you get up, you get ready, you eat breakfast, you go to your rehearsal or whatever routine you have to run through for the day. And then if there's a show coming up, you got to do your part to learn your part in your rehearsal. And then by the time that's over with, you're ready to go home and go to bed. You're wore out. And I wound up finding time to go to Ferguson's after ballet, and was hard pressed to keep my time occupied because of the divorce. Rewarding, very rewarding.
But yeah, short. So overall,
Yep.
I guess it's a short career. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, it was one of the first times that I actually was went to a family reunion and was treated like a human. There's still the leotards and the unitards and the ballet boots and stuff kind of freaked them out, you know. But I had my second wife with me, so really couldn't say too much. They insinuated it.
Well, it's kind of like being a swimmer or a track and field, you know, or a cyclist. There's certain gears that it's best required wears to wear. People just usually get caught up in the sexual connotation, I guess. For people that are in it, they probably get over it.
Yeah, after they saw my performance, nobody questioned it after that. You know, when I was first started, they were really questioning it. And then when they got to see me do an actual performance and they actually heard my music, then the whole queer, gay, fag thing went out the window. And then I met my second wife, and then it was like, oh, happy, joy, and
They really feed into that, eh? So you're better off just saying, okay, I'll make you happy. I'm gay, I guess. But that's implying that a man is heterosexual, can't actually be in the same the arts craft, or the same kind of art. But again, and that's usually stereotypical. No, it wasn't that?
No, what I was saying. No, it's my uncles and my stepdad, because I watched a lot of gymnastics and diving, vaulting, and they had a sick, twisted view as to why I was watching it, but I was watching it for the performance. I was watching it to Oksana Bayul, Dominique Maxanu, Tara Lipinski, always. Those were my heroes.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's that typical false sense of masculinity, where men think, men only do certain things. It says, okay, let me understand this. So you're trying to tell me those aren't real men? It's kind of like when people talk about other countries, or we do it in this age where they think for some reason a previous generation wasn't informed because people figure it's different technology. I said, no, there were a lot of people informed back then, and men did a lot of things that are very creative. Creative can come in a form of, they built a beautiful old church, like a church, sorry. But you get some guys, oh no, men only do certain things. And I said, okay, so then what are you really saying about women? Well, women can only do certain things. Are you sure? I've seen women that are bodybuilders, not to say that all women strive for that, let alone do all men strive to be swimmers or whatever sport. That a lot of typical men, and they usually say it out of ignorance, but then once they have somebody in their family that does it, they have to make an exception to the rule.
Well, I tell you, I cried more in the ballet trying to live up to my potential than I ever did in my divorces or even getting my ass beat off. You want to succeed so much, and you're surrounded by so much beauty, but strict beauty and very high etiquette beauty, and you strive to be the best you can there, and not to fuck up any move, and to know your positions where there's second nature and muscle memory, and you get down on yourself really bad. I did.
It sounds a little bit like, when women talk about a proper school, lady school, you have to have a certain posture, you got to hold that posture, and it's like, and I guess being in the gymnastic, because you're doing all kinds of poses, you wouldn't really have really too many places that you would actually could store certain emotions, because you probably would be releasing a lot of those things with certain poses.
Oh, modern, yes, absolutely. And one thing that you kind of have to take a mature approach to is that whenever you're opening up the sacrum region and you're contorting your stomach to achieve certain positions. Lots of farting.
Your
And
diet would have to change. Your diet would have to change at that point, because if not, you'd be farting all the time.
yeah, well, I guess it works and unlodges gas out of the bottom, opens the gastrointestines up, and really does the number on them. But for the first week or so, I didn't all these Spartan girls,
Mhm.
absolutely gorgeous and pristine as you could ever imagine. But uh, I felt embarrassed until like the second or third week, and then I was like, okay, everybody in here is Spartan. So, but after about 6 months, that stopped.
Well, certain poses, or like people that do primal screaming and all that kind of stuff. From what I understand, there's different ways to detox. You know how some people, when they're doing certain things, they're going to yawn. It's a form of detoxing or sweating. So farting would be some sort of detoxing. So if you're holding a certain pose or doing a certain kind of move or whatever, there's a good part that maybe your body's releasing something, and it comes in the form of a fart.
Yeah, that's the way Liz explained it. She says you're loosening up parts of your body that you've never used before. And she explained, that the sacrum, you're opening up the gastral tract there, which kind of relieves the stress that you have on your bowels and your intestines, and all that pent up gas just comes out.
And for a lot of men, they're not going to understand that unless they experience it, where they do certain construction sites jobs or the type of food they eat, and then they wonder why they're not really fully opening up, a lot of their parts of their vessel for the emotions. And then they compound it by abusing things, whether it's alcohol or making, I can say this part for myself, I make most things into a meal, like a full blown meal, opposed to just like a little snack or something.
Yeah, it's strict dietary regimen. We police each other, or did when I was in Ballet. You policed each other, and you actually shamed each other for doing something stupid like going and getting fast food, or eh, going outside of your dietary regimen. That was pretty strict. But
But they literally shame you or pull you. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, they would make lyrics like, you sure that's the best decision for you? We got roll call coming up, and they're going to be picking the lead out of the roll call, or they're going to be picking up the backup, the secondary dancers, and that's how they police each other. It's kind of a guilt trip thing.
I guess you could perceive it as a guilt, especially if you want to have that, I guess. But I guess it's probably done in a way where, are they trying to help each other? Or are they projecting, saying, if they give in, then I'm going to give in, opposed to, no, you got to stay the course. It's kind of like calling your sponsor. Those people that talk about, got to call my sponsor, because I might fall back off the wagon or something.
Yeah, they try and keep us in cruise. You have groups that usually stick together from the same ballet school. Like you have the Fort Wayne Ballet, you have the Dance Collective in Chicago, you have Dance Urban, then you have the Louisville Performing Arts Ballet Center, and all those groups know each other, and they tour around all over doing different venues that like the performing arts centers, and you know that's when it gets competitive between two dance troupes. So whenever they start jockeying for position, or if two different groups come together for the same performance, and they have to rehearse together before the show, and the tension, they get pretty cutthroat, pretty devious. Cat fight. Lots of cat fight, arguing. But then once the show's on, if everybody's friends and watches out for each other and makes sure everybody's on cue and point, and
Once the curtain comes up, everybody has their role, I guess. Was there any people that like what's an average, let's say, age 20, 25, 30? Or like, you know, is there people that reach beyond 30 and they're still in the industry?
there's adolescent training, then there's usually between the ages of 15 to 22 is when you're actually doing performancing. You're actually performing in performing arts centers or civic centers. But prior to 15, you're generally learning if you get lucky enough to start that early.
Mm-hmm. Like gymnastic almost. Is it the same age group around that, or is that a little bit less than that even?
Yeah. Gymnastics, they have a little bit younger group because you have the adolescent junior gymnastics, then you have kind of the preteen gymnastics, and then you have your team representatives, which are generally between 18 to 22. Sometimes 17 or 16, like Oksana Bayul, she was an exception to the rule. She was ice skater, and they went ahead and let her perform full routines at the Olympics.
Yeah, I remember growing up, was it like Olga and Nata Kumanic, the Romanian team? A lot of them were like really young. I guess once they got to a certain height, it's like, okay, you're like a jockey of a jockey. That's it. You're too tall now.
Yeah. Yeah, and they move on without you. And that's whenever you generally go to roll call, start doing Broadway plays, or you start, kind of pimping yourself out at rehearsals to try and get a spot on a commercial or a small part in a movie, or even as an extra.
So you're trying to extend your career. It's like a woman or a man, that the career is based on beauty. And once you start aging a little bit, you're kind of on your own now, and you have to really work hard to try to get those kind of jobs.
Yeah. Yeah, you really do.
For sure, that's in a lot of industries. I know people try to make it a big taboo. Oh, you shouldn't be able to, violate these children at that age. I said, but the industry caters to it. The audience wants it. They want that finesse. We'll say a child being thrown up in the air and do a couple of spins and then land or whatever. I'm pretty sure even cheerleading to a certain point has its restrictions.
Maddie Ziegler. My God, yeah. She was very young, and she was top of the ballet crew for Dance Moms. And she did good all the way up until she did a music video with a wrestler. It was Psy was the one that wrote the music. Maddie Ziegler and this wrestler did a performance inside of a cage, and it ended everybody's career.
Sorry, why is that? Sorry, Cage, I missed that part. Why did it end? Somebody get hurt?
Pedophilia.
Oh,
Maddie was 13. The wrestler was 40, 43, 44. And Sai, the girl that actually wrote the music, designed her music around Maddie Ziegler.
mm,
And nobody wanted to touch Maddie after that. LaBeouf, Shiloh LaBeouf was the wrestler, and it just brought it all to, because it was inside of a cage. It did have some pretty provocative overtones to the video, but I didn't think it was enough to end the career. But it did.
well, I guess the image of the industry is probably more important than one person's offense and say we could probably get over it, but no, it's just easier to throw that person under the bus and salvage the industry. Yeah, and that's usually what happens, Axis, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure other sports do the same thing. They weigh out the cost. You know, do we get rid of the one or the many? And you know, let's kill Jesus. Why? Because we can't save everybody. So let's just make him a martyr. Yeah, I'm pretty sure in a lot of those industries, there's a lot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure in that industry that you were in, there was probably a lot of secrets, dirty secrets going on.
Yeah, coaches mostly.
Especially when you got people that are probably there for a short period of time, and the ones that are there for the long haul, they're usually the ones like the managers, the owners, the ones that do the portfolios and all that kind of stuff. They make it a career, and they just take advantage of other people that are already in a desperate mode.
Well, Dominique Matsanu run her career by dating her coach, and then later on went on to marry her coach, the coach that was coaching her. But there was like 16, 17 years difference in their age, and she wasn't quite of age yet. And he stuck around till she got of age, and that just completely destroyed her career all the way around. Nobody would bring her, and she was a contender for gold.
So she got punished because she was young, and she chose that she wanted to date somebody older when she became of age. Is that what kind of ended her career? Or
well, they were dating before she got of age, but they didn't announce to what extent till after she turned of age.
So they thought that maybe she was doing something to enhance or move herself in her career?
No, actually, I think she truly liked the guy. I think that, I think there was actual love there.
Or do you think people assumed, from the outside looking in, people might have assumed, oh, you made those breaks because you're sleeping with, or you're doing something with the coach or whatever kind of ideal?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that knocked her out of everything. There's a couple others that fell into that situation, and one of the best ones that I've seen that wasn't female was Mark. The guy does the flips. Mark. I can't think of his name. Ice skating dude. Fought cancer off. I can't think of his name right now, but I got to meet him.
He wasn't one of the gay skaters, was he, by any chance?
Yeah, he was gay. Okay. Yeah.
The American or Canadian?
Mark Hamilton.
There you go, Mark Hamilton. Yes. Actually, was he gay? They got married. No.
Well, if he got married, he had some pretty heavy gay tendencies. If he was married, but I can't say because I wasn't in his bedroom at any time. But he come across really, really light in the loafers.
It's interesting,
and that could have been from cancer.
Oh, he had cancer?
Yeah, he battled cancer and defeated it.
So they said. Who's to say that he really had cancer? But hey, we'll go ahead. That he had cancer, and he was able to do some backflips and conquer cancer, I guess.
Yeah.
Because you can do detoxing of some sort, and probably put your cancer cells back into remission or something.
I'm not sure how his struggle was. I just know I was just amazed as hell to get to see and meet him, and to see and meet Tara Lipinski. That was just, for me, that was a highlight because those are two of the biggest names besides Oksana Bayul. I'd love to have met her. Man. But yeah, I stick towards the women's athletics and the women's sport. I never was into the male sport.
Ron, talking about skaters, I think I just heard the report. It's a state somewhere, a plane crashed, and it was a bunch of Russians, and a couple of them, if not a bunch of them, were skaters, actually. Figure skaters. Yeah, unfortunately, it happens.
Yeah, I think I heard about that. That plane just went down like yesterday. President was talking about it.
Let's hope they don't use that as an excuse to have the Russian pulling strings on the Americans and vice versa. That's all it needs, them to have a good enough excuse to say, let's have a full-blown war.
At this point, I wouldn't doubt it, Dom. It could take a drop of a pin, or it may take a sledgehammer beating a brick wall down. I'm not sure just yet, but I do know that there is such an immense movement of energy taking place that sometimes I feel like I'm being drowned out.
Well, the focus for a lot of us, whether we know it or not, when it's on the media, it's focused a lot on drama and commerce. I think even Godwin was talking about it earlier. In America, basically, the commander in chief, he says something, everybody has to hear him, or at least entertain him. Talking about tariffs and all that kind of stuff. No, that's more giving the heads up to the big corporations. We're going to give you permission to start increasing your prices now under the disguise that maybe we might increase it by 25%. And then when they've increased everything, because they're going to try to, prepare everything by saying, let's cushion it now. And then once they say, well, we're not going to do it anymore, the prices have already been increased. Because really, in NAFTA, how do you really do that to another country that's, openly done it, and especially they've been talking openly, in certain forums in, Europe and all that. They're talking about a North American Union.
That major NAFTA, the free trade agreement from back in Bush's day, and that's just, he mentioned it, but now it's actually coming to fruition.
Well, the trading, when it comes to NAFTA, it's just basically access. I got millions of acre of land. You got millions of sheep. We're just going to trade with each other, and we're not going to worry about currency. That was set up for the people that somewhat are in power. So here in America, what are their major imports? China's number one right now. No, hold on, my mistake. Mexico's number one, then China, then Canada. And I think Brazil and Germany right behind them. So here's a country that boasts, no offense to the people that live in America, but they boast about we're democracy. I say, but your biggest trading partner is communism. Unless we're talking about commerce, then that's different. Like some of the major oil reserve, America's not even in the top 10. Canada's right there because Canada has a military buddy beside them. So how about we store everything in Canada and then we'll protect them. From who? From us. So the whole tariff things, they've really worked Trump really well. They got everybody's attention. There's a reason why they brought him up through WWE and The Apprentice, because he'll be our next major puppet. And we're going to get that generation, when they get older, they're going to be so enamored with him. But meanwhile, whatever he talks about, has nothing to do with what they're really going to do.
No, I've got a pretty good glimpse as to what they're about to roll out, how they're rolling it out, and the time limit in which they have to roll it out. And you're either going to roll with the changes or you're going to get run over by the changes.
Yep, I'm with you on that. Absolutely.
There's no stragglers anymore.
In the system we had before, you could do things in their eyes illegal, which is play with cash. You know, that's still a federal offense. It's always fun when I hear about people, they take somebody to court and they've done, like, say they did renovation at a house. And the person says, okay, do you have a contract? Well, no, but he's not willing to pay. I said, so you're going to go to Commerce Court without any legal documents and then openly admit you're doing cash transaction. You know the federal offense that you're doing? Oh, but don't, we're going to use a check. Oh, so you're going to actually use a means of way of tracing you that you're going to abstain from paying your due diligence, which is tax. I listened to a buddy who just came, he's my mechanic actually, and he's from the Middle East, but he went to Dubai and he was telling me something actually. And I thought that's a good system. Where if you run a business in Dubai, even though I know the top end is pretty heavy, the foods are reasonably priced and all that, because they're always bringing in a bunch of foreigners in there. If you run a business and you pay all your due diligence, you pay your taxes, you pay for whatever, even though things could be expensive in some areas, you get rewarded as an owner that the next year you can hire 3 foreigners, maybe 4 foreigners. So they reward you for that type of commerce behavior. But now if you do something and they catch you that you're not paying all your due diligence, you lose a privilege the next year. You can only have 2 foreigners. Now that foreigner can come in cheaper labor or high-end labor. And then some people decide they want to go back home. So here in Canada and America, they bring in people from other countries, which they've always done, and they call them refugees. But what they're really doing is your country's so in debt, and we're indebted to foreign people that now we have to take on some of their debts. So take some of our foreigners. So we're trading humans for other types of debts. Like America's completely broke. So what you do when you're broke and you're bankrupt, we'll just print some more money and then feed the military for now. We'll feed NASA for a while, and make sure we have other business throughout the world. So, but for some reason America thinks that the books are going to be added up because they figure, well, we're only $30 trillion in the hole. I said, no, you're not $30 trillion in the hole. If you factor they have to pay all their pensioners, unless they miraculously all die, you're at $300 trillion in the hole. So you're broke as a nation. And anybody that has to play with Federal Reserve, even though it has nothing to do with America, they're borrowing a debt. So how do you get out of it? Well, for the last 15 years, they've been just moving the ruble and the yin to finance the American empire. But then the American people think, but we have a problem with Russia and China. No, they've been fueling you the whole fucking time. America's actually a third world country. Sure it is. Sure it is. You got a nation that's only under 400 million people, and they think for some reason that they can overrule the world. No, it doesn't work that way. The corporations rule the world, but the American citizens, no. Once they stop fucking delivering foods to those cities, you'll see how quickly their guns and their foreign bullets fucking go strapping into the Fiat camps and say, "Listen, feed me. Yeah, you bring us some bullets. I don't get any. I don't got any. Go steal some." This is back to the German days. People used to steal guns so they can actually give it to some of the Nazi kids. And if the Americans don't listen and they don't obey, no problem. We'll just implement martial laws, and don't expect it to be one of your police officers or one of your military men. It'll be a foreign nation standing over you.
Yeah, we got ICE infiltrated this city because Fort Wayne was a harbor for refugees, and we had Burmese, Middle Eastern, Asian, and Mexican. And the streets here are washed with ice now.
True. Actually, it was a really good TV series to watch, and it gave you a kind of a small little glimpse of how U.S. and Russia interchange with it. House of Cards.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's a five. They spent more times bitching, complaining about some actor that was actually getting sexual favors from a boy. But the thing is, the show itself was really showing you how senators do deals with the Russians how they do deal with the Americans, and if there's somebody that's in the way, they just remove him. So it's Hollywood set up, but there's always a little bit of signs of maybe that's how it's actually run. So
I'm sure parts of it are. I have no doubt. I don't think it. Now that I understand what the blood actually means, the consumption of blood and certain secretions from the body and the genetic interaction it has, I think they took it a step too far by going, oh, they're eating babies and stuff. But the transferring of blood, the drinking of blood, and the consumption of certain chemicals with certain genetic type has beneficial results.
Well, you talk about it, Access, summoning in demons. So tribes in the old days, some of them would say, okay, we just have an offspring. What gift have the gods bestowed upon it? So let's make it smoke weed or do something. So let's give it gold or whatever. It's just, but then they distract people. Yeah, well, you're eating babies. No, the goyams are eating babies. But some of them, they want to find out whether or not they can consume some sort of element, and then they can actually harness in an entity.
Yeah.
With blood, gold, platinum, urine, whatever. And you just have to find out the type of person that could be or couldn't be. So, Casey's here. I don't know if you ever met Casey. You might enjoy her access.
Let's find out.
Hi, Casey.
Hi. How are you?
I'm okay, Casey. By the way.
Good.
Howdy.
Hi, Axis. I don't know if you remember me. I was on Cage's stream once, and you were there with JG.
Yeah.
I'm kind of new. I mean, I'm not new, but new here.
Yeah, barely, but yeah, I can barely remember you being there. But
how's everybody's evening?
Developing.
Well, it's progress, right?
Yeah, that's for damn sure.
I'm doing okay, Casey.
Am I in the middle of something? I'm sorry. Is it?
No, you're not.
No.
You'll be adding. What I've heard of you share before, Casey. You'll be adding.
I'll be adding.
Yes, you will. But we were just talking about different elements. And some people consume blood or gold or even urine. It could be a conduit for something, and then maybe somebody can harness in. I'm going to put the word entities.
Got it. Wow.
Casey, you must have lots of walk-ins.
Oh yeah, lots of.
Whether we're aware of it or not.
True. Most definitely.
You a medium or do you own a business?
Do I own a business?
Yeah, or are you a medium? Do you allow entities to use your body, or do you have like lots of walk-ins?
I'm well protected. I've prayed just to make sure that angels that do come around me, they have my highest intents. So I trust the process. Maybe a little bit more than I should, but I'm a pretty positive person. You'll get to know.
Cool.
Then again, I'm friends with Cage, so
nothing wrong with that either way.
Casey, it sounds like your throat chakra is ready to open up.
I thought my eye chakras were about to close. I'm
Okay.
just
No, it's sleepy. I couldn't sleep, so I saw you guys on. I just want to say hello.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, just got to support the fam.
We were also talking earlier.
Right.
Axis used to be in the ballet industries.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was in ballet for quite some time. Well, a couple of years. With my 2 years in the ballet, and then I married my second wife, and now the ballet.
Oh, cool. Very nice. Where do you live?
I'm in Fort Wayne, Indiana at the moment, but I'll be here for a moment.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't think I'm going to be moving in the next year unless something drastically changes.
Yeah, I live in New Jersey, so I'm close to Broadway. So we always see, like, the Nutcracker Ballet around Christmas time. So that's what I thought of. Yeah, it's nice. So show, yeah. So yeah.
Absolutely. I used to love it whenever during the holiday seasons in Chicago.
Okay, yeah.
All
That's... And Dominique,
they'd have
Canada?
go ahead.
Yeah, I live in the same town as Cage, Toronto,
Oh, okay.
Canada.
Yeah, so Cage, I don't know if we're friends, but he came to my friend KC's channel like about a year or two ago, and Casey just passed away a couple weeks ago. So I haven't connected with Cage in a while, and I just reached out to him and I was like, hey, just want to let you know. And like, he was just very supportive and he's like introducing me to like his channel and everybody else's. So yeah, so that's kind of how I came around this neck of the woods. So thanks for having me.
What did your friend pass away from?
I'm sorry?
What did your friend pass away from?
She's old. She was had a bad heart, and they tried doing heart surgery, but the doctor said that she wouldn't survive it. So she wanted to die at home. So that was around Thanksgiving time, and then she passed away in January. Actually, January 11th. So I keep seeing the number 11s everywhere.
That's recent.
Yeah.
My dad passed away just recently too, actually, in January. Part of
Oh.
life, as he would say, it's part of life, son. It's
Yeah.
okay. But it sucks, but it is part of life.
Yeah. She was like a mother to me. She was just the sweetest woman, and she's very spiritual. So, I see Cage as kind of like, I don't want to say like my father, but I see him as kind of like, somebody similar to Casey. That just has all the answers essentially, or he thinks he does. But he's a good guy.
He is. Even though me,
yeah,
I've had interesting runs in with Cage, but I've had him in my garage, so I've had hours of conversation with Cage, and I know his heart's in the right place. Well, I can't even say it's the right place. He has a good heart. It's just, he's still hopefully learned that not everybody's going to always fully embrace what he has to say, and so. But if it works for you, Casey, well done.
We're all still learning. Yeah, but I'm glad. I'm glad I found you guys. So, it's a nice little community. I mean, it's just like any other community. Like there's fighting and bickering with one another. So
there's ups and downs. We go through ups and downs here. Sometimes, it may roll smooth for 2 or 3 weeks, and then there's some type of disruption, and it gets worked out fairly quickly, and
that's
continue
what.
to persevere.
Yeah, I mean, like that's normal. I think. My boyfriend, psychic medium, he has a pretty big channel, and he went through it too. Growing pains, like when you're a smaller channel, people come in and you think they're friends, and then they turn out not to be friends. And he's like, enough with this bullshit, and he went on his own way as a loner, and he grew significantly. So,
Right.
people that you could trust. So, but fighting is going to happen along the way with your friends.
It does. It's just I have rage problems. I've got lots of uh, pent up evil, darkness, uh, unresolved hatred,
Okay.
and sometimes that it's hard to keep control on it.
Well, that's good
To
that
keep it subdued.
Yeah, it's great that you recognize that you like at least identify that. Like it's not like you just suddenly pass out and start, kicking the dog.
No, no, I'm very aware of my rage. I'm very aware of my anger and how far it can get out of hand. So
Mm.
I definitely don't want to take that out on an animal or physically on another human.
Yeah. I think we all get like that, right? I just want to punch somebody in the face sometimes.
Did your upbringing, you think, Access play a role in that, or maybe some of the things you've observed with how human behaviors are as we got older? Do you think that played a role in all of that? Because I know you play with both light and dark Access, just in case you didn't know that, Casey. If you want to share. If you don't, I get it, Access.
I don't see there being a defining line between good and evil, right and wrong, light and dark. I think there's variables in between, and that it's one sustained, almost. And I hate using the word linear, but it's in a linear scope of one end being the best possible good, the other end being the worst possible bad, and everything in between. It doesn't just define itself as good or bad. A lot of that has to do with perception and has to do with circumstance. And I don't choose any type of. I'm not devoted to any type of religion, philosophy, mystery school, or other. I utilize it what I can from all of them, but I still know enough about myself to know that I still have a lot of if I have to go there, if things push me there, I get pretty fucking dark.
Do you think maybe that's the vessel because some of us, you just openly admit it, but you treat your body like a recreational vehicle, and the body's acting out.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a joke that we have, Casey.
Oh, yeah.
We treat our body.
Okay. Love it.
Yeah, totally. I agree because my eyesight's going. My health is in piss poor condition at the moment, and I'm meeting worlds of opposition, and I'm physically I'm struggling, mentally I'm struggling, and I'm coping the best that I can, but I'm still losing ground to anger mostly.
I've never asked you before, Access. Do you actually practice? I'm assuming you're probably aware of it, but like some of the healing modalities, like whether it's crystal bowls or singing bowls or doing Reiki, or I know you do music.
Yeah, I meditate a lot. Whenever I'm not researching or I'm not on the metaverse, and sometimes when you don't see me for a couple of days, it's generally because I'm fasting or purging or meditating, trying to get a grip on myself.
Do you practice any of those, Casey, or aware of them?
Do I practice them?
Yeah, or aware of them, like whether it's crystal bowls or sorry, I keep saying crystal bowls. Which they are actually crystal
Yeah,
singing bowls.
I have crystals. I try to meditate, but out of all of those, I think I fast mostly. I love fasting. um,
Do you do long ones? Like
I
10,
do
21 days?
well, not dry. So yeah, I could do like 7-day water fast, but dry fasting, no food, no water, like 5-6 days at most.
5 days on
That's
dry fast.
good.
Well done. Well done. 5 days.
Yeah,
Most
yeah.
I've ever done is I've always tried to do the 10-day one. I always end up at 3 days. I gotta drink water.
Yeah. Well, you have to take electrolytes. If you're drinking water, you have to make sure that you're like taking in sodium, potassium, and magnesium, because then you're just like flushing all that electrolytes out of your body. So it could be why. I'm not
You
saying
sound
it
like
is, but
you sound like my wife Judith. All that pre-preparation to fasting
yeah.
and how to actually when to break your fast. I said, I thought I'm just going to be a glutton both ways. No, Dom, you have to wean off of coffee. And I'm like, okay, because we've done long fasts. 21 days is a good one because I lost all kinds of body odor. Didn't have any more.
Oh yeah. Well, 1 day of dry fasting equals 3 days of water fasting. So if you can get through 24-hour dry, like you have no problems. Like if you can get through like 2 days of dry fasting, like you have no addictions, like you have mental clarity, like you'll sleep better. It's just like amazing. It feels so good. Just you're giving your body a rest. That reset that your stomach shuts down. Your digestive system's like, oh, I get a break. So it's an amazing feeling. I wish everybody tries it, but it's hard. I'm not gonna lie. It's simple because you're not doing anything except, at noon when you're like, oh, okay, what do I do? Because everybody else is eating lunch, but you just, go for a walk. Yeah.
You try to follow the cycles, like do you try to follow the moon when you're doing fasting, or let's say you're doing parasites? Do you try to follow those things?
I don't. I just like
Okay.
you just know my body, I guess. Like it just like if right before the holidays I fasted because I knew I was going to eat. And then after the holidays I fasted because I ate. So yeah, it feels really good when you do it, but I don't have like a specific like time frame to it. I just know. I
So you
just
said you follow your body, so can I assume that you do maybe body consciousness? People that communicate with their body, or you're just intuitive? You're
I
probably more
think
intuitive.
I think I'm more intuitive. Like I think we all are. I don't know how in touch people are. Sounds funny, but like how when you like walk into a room and you can just like sense the energy of just like, wow, there's a really big fight in here. It's just like you just feel it. And people are like, no. I'm like, oh, okay, it's just me. But I think most of the people in this community just get that. JG, that's a really pretty picture. He always has nice icons.
Oh yeah.
Is that on top of a train?
Yep.
It's beautiful.
Fucking keep this self fucking everything up.
There's a TV series with trains with Snowpiercer. They travel around the world and they're the only surviving people, and they have to keep doing the loop with the train. Maybe that'll be JG. You could probably jump on that.
I forget what that movie was called. ISIS. No. You had the lower class, middle class, and the upper epsilon. Something. I can't.
Titanic?
No, that'll be on my mind now until I
Is it a movie or TV?
Sorry,
is it a movie or TV series?
It was I think it was a Netflix series.
That could have been Snowpiercer because that's what they do. In the back
yes.
People are
Snowpiercer.
in the back. People in the back. I think there's another, but it's more of another TV silo. They categorize people. Okay, the poor people go in this section, middle class go in this section. So we really haven't got away too much from the Indian way of having different classifications.
No, I
You
think
know,
it's going to be even more divided into classes with the new administration here in the state.
Have you
I
guys been
can see it.
following the plane slash helicopter incident from last night?
I heard about it. We were just
Yeah,
talking earlier about
that's
some of the
sad.
skaters. Unfortunately, that happens. KC.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of was it Russians? Like I know there were skaters from Russia that were on the plane.
United States, yeah, American skaters. I think they're from Boston.
Oh,
They were landing
Oh
in
man.
Reagan DCA airport, and apparently, and this was like 9 o'clock at night. There was a military, what they called like the Black Hawk helicopters, just was taking off for training. And I was listening to like the radio on one of the news channels, and he's like, "Yep, I see them. Yep, I see them." And you know how they kind of like all like line up to land. Guess he didn't see the other one that they were trying to tell him about. And the 3 people on the military plane died, and all 65 people from the American Airlines died as well. It's
Ooh.
very sad. And Trump,
Well,
of course, didn't really comfort the families. He's just a, I don't know.
What's he really going to say? There's probably people in the industry. Okay, we'll do damage control first, so we'll just throw the puppet out there and maybe throw Donald Trump a surviving baby from somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, one of the reporters asked him. They did a press conference with him, and one of the reporters asked, "He's like, do you have the names of the people?" And he's like, "The names of who? Like the people that were on the plane?" And he's like, "Well, why do you need that? It doesn't matter right now. They're dead." It's like, you're an asshole, like you don't say that like to somebody that just lost somebody. And he's like, "That was a stupid question." I'm like, well, you're a stupid president. Like,
I'm surprised they have that type of reporter asking that kind of question, because usually they're having their paid reporters asking the appropriate questions that the the PR. You have the PR people and you have the PR people that are reporters. So that could have been a straggler asking probably a honest, genuine, concerned question.
right.
But hey, those are clips, so now people will run that information. Donald Trump didn't know how to answer the question. I said, but are we talking about the people that are dying, or concerned about what he said or didn't say?
What he said, he did do a moment of silence, so I will give him that. So
with a stogie.
yeah. But he's just like, I don't know. He just rubs me the wrong way. He was blaming Biden. He was blaming women. He was blaming
Like for what?
For the incident. It's like he's like, we didn't have this because of the DEI. He's really into this diversity thing. Like, we need white men and women, or white men in the TSA navigating our plane. Like, okay.
And we need trillions of dollars now to pay for a computer system that had a glitch, or maybe we did the glitch, and now we need more money now for American soil safety.
Yeah.
And the only way we can do it is if we invade other countries. Oh, okay, that makes sense to me. You feel that boot, I can almost see in the background. I said, can you just drop the green screen and remove the clone out of the way, so this way we can look at nothing? It's like he's nobody in the equation. That's the sad part about it,
No, but he is a good timepiece, because with the four years that they're attributing to him, what they're wanting to get done in 4 years. Oh my God. Everything, technology itself, our development is what we understand to be our society at the moment. In the next 4 years, all that's going to take a complete redevelopment.
Could be access. I'm with you.
Yeah. Not to say that I think that Trump is going to be the last legitimately voted in president.
No, the last running president for America probably have some sort
Yeah.
of leader for the North American Union. He doesn't really run the show. It's usually the people that are in certain key positions, whether they're Zionist.
Yeah,
But
I
they got to
just,
close.
go ahead, John.
It's just going to be rhetorics, whether it's me talking about him or the Prime Minister of Canada or the Chancellor of Germany. You know, it's just, hey, we got this dummy that we don't need anymore for this clothing store. Can we just put them as the CEO of the company? Oh, okay. But hey, I get it. We need something to talk about. You know, somebody to blame, somebody to think that for some reason they're going to help us. I can't expect a billionaire to really understand the common things that, you know, all three of us, for example, you know, the common man or the common person is not going to be in those positions. Because if they were, then the people that actually put them in there would say that, why we gave you millions of dollars for your campaign. We need favors from you.
Huh.
It'd be different. It'd be different if people that vote would say, "I'm going to vote and also give maybe $100,000 for who I'm voting." I said, "Well, then you're going to get something back in exchange." But don't think just because you cast your vote and you just learn how to put an X on something that they're going to give a damn about you.
I'm just kind of concerned about the hard press, the 4-year hard press that they've been talking about. What he plans on getting done in one term.
Well, he's reading from what's being told to him to read. So the people that are probably going to get that done, you know, this globalism thing didn't happen yesterday. It's probably been happening for a couple of decades. So pretty sure it's intertwined with, you know, they talk about carbon, they talk about, you know, certain restrictions that you can't no longer do. Sorry, the restriction that is in China, for example, but those are just corporations that have moved in there now. So they're probably just going to loot America a little bit more, start taking things apart, and then eventually America will be like a university. The university name is still there, but everything else has changed. The people that go there, the professors that go there, even the location of it will change. So America in 4 years probably won't look like America anymore. You know, if they do go with the union, are they going to scrap a federal and state ruling? It's like in Canada, are they going to get rid of provincial, and are they going to get rid of a federal level? You know, just put them all together and say it's just one ruling party, and it doesn't necessarily mean you have to actually be in the country to rule anymore. Economically, that might work. Sorry, go ahead, Gigi.
Get ready for the facial recognition on everything and the social credit system.
We have that actually in Canada. Some Walmarts have that. I remember one buddy wanted me to go to the casino during COVID, and I said, Tony, I said, they're asking for face recognition. I'm not really that interested in going in there because I'm not really interested in gambling. So I'll just sit out in the parking lot and hang out with the other guys here. You know, but yeah, that's some countries have already started doing that slowly, GG. But yeah, it sounds like they're probably going to implement it in America.
Yeah, but like the social credit system, it's at all times, cameras everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's unavoidable.
Yeah, it is, especially when you have any sort of technology, or some people, they're saying that they put some of the cameras in the LED lights and street lights. The Tesla, they've figured out that there's certain chips in the Tesla that have, you know, ongoing cameras all the time going on, or those places where they put scooters and you can rent scooters. There's a good chance there's cameras on those things. So there's many ways of monitoring people. And then just like you're saying, you know, you have a digital system, put a credit system on it. You wake up on one morning and you go to cash with something with your digital and say you're no longer allowed to use it for a week. You've been punished. It's kind of like being on YouTube. You get your channel striked. But can you imagine getting your channel striked and now you got to pay a fine on top of it?
I mean, that's freedom's it's an illusion, man.
I'm with you on that, GT. Yeah. Anytime people think we're free, I said, no, you're not. Like, you got to go to work if you want something. Now, somebody said, but what happened if I steal? You still got to go to work. Whether you steal or not, you're working still. Here in Canada, they've tried it in the past, and they'll probably try it again. They're going to try maybe UBI, Universal Basic Income.
Yeah, that'll be coming because I didn't know. My nurse had informed me last week. They put metal detectors and facial recognition into her children are below 6th grade, and now all these kids are being metal detected because some 3rd grader snuck a gun in, loaded fucking gun. So now they got facial recognition and metal detectors at the door.
Well, this shit's all planned. I really want to get into like their mind. Like what the hell's the plan? What's gonna happen?
They probably have many alternatives. A plan, B plan. They probably have a whole bunch of people that are like are in the industry, whether they're focus groups or some sort of marketing wizard, and they just pay them. Some people, when they hear this kind of stuff, JG, I know you don't sound that way, where other people will say, that's woo woo, or that's really, what's the word, nihilism or whatever. I said, no, it's just to understand the system that you're in. Now, some people get upset and say, I don't believe that. Well, then how do you think it's set up? How do you think countries interact with each other? How does a country like America do business with China under the disguise that they think in democracy or capitalism better than communism, where it obviously shows that they trade with each other as partners? Now, they can call them enemies, but they're still partners in economics. These people follow even how the United European Union got formed. It was doomed from the start, but they're going to will it, and a lot of those countries had to give up gold reserves or some of their natural resources, or give up, like countries like Italy and was it Spain and Portugal. They had to give up what they really relied on was tourism. Most people used to go to those countries because it was cheaper, because their currency was devalued. Well, now it's all one currency outside of Britain. People say, I'd rather just go to Austria then, or I'll go to Switzerland if they can go to Switzerland. So.
Well, I've done my homework, and I know they're trying to thin out the herd, and I know what's going on with Israel and the Zionists and the Jews and the wealthy, the elites. Like, I wonder what their real goal is. I wish I could figure out exactly what, instead of having conspiracy theories and because I know they're conspiring against us, but I don't want to. You don't want to talk. You don't want to get carried away.
Depopulation could be one thing on their agenda. Depopulation is something that's always been out there, whether it's in the form of birth control pills or increasing value of homes or whatever. So people will think twice about, it's really expensive to live, to maintain things. So why would I have another child? So, that's always been out there. So now it takes a lot to actually run a country nowadays, especially when most of the people that are in the country are specializing in jobs that actually don't return when it comes to supplementing what the vessel needs, which is shelter or food. I get it, people work in the construction industry, but how many people in America and Canada actually really work in the food industry? I'm talking about growing foods, being hunters and all that stuff. That's all been sourced out. So at that point, especially a lot of people, including myself, we eat fake foods. So at that point, what do? Do you get rid of the population Or do you get rid of the elites? Well, the elites aren't going to move, and they're not going to acknowledge that they're the problem. They'll acknowledge there's a problem, but they're not the problem. So let's just get rid of a whole bunch of people, you know? How much?
Yeah, what
Don't
is
know.
But the 700, 750 billion people. If you go by what they actually, that's the actual number of humans on Earth.
So
they want to keep it 500 million.
Mm-hmm. Again, it's what they say. People have done supposedly based on census, and they say they've added up all the major cities, all the villages and towns, even added another billion. They say we're at about 3.5. But again, those are just numbers. But even though we can probably supplement 7, 8, 10 billion people on the earth, but the problem is most people, including myself, they don't want to work as a farmer. They'd rather go to the big corporations' grocery stores. And even when it was mom and pops, they just didn't want it. We want our comforts. We want our motorized vehicles. We want our trains. We want to be able to go to the grocery store. We want everything right now. The ones that are doing their part are still few in numbers. So in a way, we've made ourselves sadly expendable. It's like people getting lazy at a job. Eventually, you're going to make yourself expendable. Now you can protect yourself with a union, but if we bring in technology, then you're replaceable, or we'll bring in cheaper labor.
Yeah,
people don't want to hear that. Go ahead, Access.
That was in part of that documentary that I posted in the community section. Is they're going to utilize the human race to the point where they've introduced technology, general artificial robots, this, that, and another. And then by that time, they're going to be able to unleash a full eugenics program.
Mm-hmm. Well, they've done such a beautiful job, supposedly, in their interpretation. Again, these are just numbers, where they say a lot of countries are at 1.2, 1.3 when it comes to the birth process. So they've actually lowered it. So they mask it by bringing in a whole bunch of immigrants from other parts of the world because they're just crashing those economies. They say, listen, bring them to America, we'll bring them to Europe. And why? Because they're cheaper labor. And it usually feeds a lot of the underground markets, whether it's the restaurant industry. Now, once they start doing a digital system, everything will be traceable. So, yeah, you can do that, but you're going to have a credit system struck to you, too. So, you know, maybe we'll put a chip in you so we know for sure you can't reproduce. You know, and that's the way you basically start depopulating people. You just don't kill them off. You just make sure that they can't reproduce. This is a long plan. This is not a short plan. Humans, more times than not, the masses are always thinking short. These groups, they think long term, unless they might even know that maybe they come back again. That's speculation on my part. But even if it isn't, the elites are caring for the next generation. It might be their own, but most people aren't interested in planting a fucking seed for a tree so that maybe when they have 2 or 3 kids, maybe their kids are going to reap the rewards from it. No, this is a me society. Whether or not it was orchestrated, but that is what it is now. And most people aren't going to convert their ways. Most people aren't even going to admit to themselves it's all about me. So what do you do when a whole bunch of people have been culted up? You try to convince them that they're culted up, or you just fucking make sure they just don't breed again?
Yeah, well, a lot of people are completely naive and off.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got the people that are, you know, they have families, they're taking care of each other, healthy families, right? But
They do their part, JG. This is why they got the term. Their naivety is the other people's bliss. It's not. That's oxymoron when somebody says my naivety is my bliss. No, it doesn't work that way. You being naive helps the elites and their bliss, because if they're not defined out, either A, they're going to be really pissed off and they wouldn't be looking for some sort of justice. They would say, something, I just want to get even. Even the families that are doing somewhat well, they're doing well because the system is set up that way. The ones that are off the grid, I don't know if that's a term, they're like farmers and they're just living away from something. As long as you're not being funded, supplemented by the government, yeah, you're on your own. You're nobody. You might as well be in the fucking woods with a bunch of tribe people at that point. But if you're out in the country and you're running some sort of farm, but you're getting supplement by the government, you're just with the same fucking Satan as everybody else. You're just living a little bit further away from everybody else, but you got society's trucks, you got your electricity going there. Dare not shut off the electricity, fucking cut a hole to your gas line, which I'm not, they probably have some sort of tank there, but get rid of the water, sewage and all that. You'll see how quickly those people say, well, how do we survive? There you go. Now, that sounds very doomsday-like and all that, but again, most humans don't work well with each other.
Right, but you can't knock those people. I mean, like,
no.
Like, that shows me they know better. It's barely complying, like.
Barely. I get it. I'm only getting raped once in a while. I'm with you, JG, but, it's just, if it wasn't for the technology part, yeah, we can work that out and say, okay, it's the same common human problems or whatever. But we're talking about, we've actually embraced it. Maybe not the words embraced it, but we've helped assist us being replaced. The mechanical years where people were farmers and they brought in the big kind of machinery and all that, that's one thing. But now you can put a computer on top of it. So they replaced a whole bunch of people then. So now they can get jobs somewhere else. Well, now, we have a technology where we can make people travel around the world, replace a whole bunch of people. Okay. And then we'll get this type of culture just to reproduce. These other ones, you don't reproduce. Maybe that's the way the system is always meant to be set up. I'm speculating when I say that, but if people want to say kumbaya and say, oh no, it'll be all okay, history of show. No, history, when people talk about history, did you have all this technology back then? What would Socrates and Jesus, if they even existed, feel about, yeah, you want to talk to me? No problem. I'll fly a fucking plane over to you. How about I just text you right now, Socrates? Well, what's that? I said, there you go. Maybe Nostradamus might have grasped it. If this is Satan's realm, it's his playground, and he can do whatever he wants. If there's such thing as a guy named Satan. But yes, Gigi, I'm with you. They are doing their part. They're doing a little bit less of what other people are doing to contribute to civilization and all that. That'll be no different than saying a billionaire at least employs way more people than the average guy that says, I own my own little fucking company. I said, but do you employ anybody? Well, no. I said, so who the fuck are you helping at that point? At least big corporations can say, yeah, we can employ the whole city. Yeah, I know we're actually throwing all the toxic waste into the lakes, but we're still employing you, right? I'm sure you're like me, JJ. You showed just recently, you might like your tools. Those are cordless tools. They're beautiful batteries. So who knows how that actually works in the long run, when you have to recycle batteries or how do they dispose of them and all that. But a lot of people like that technology. They like the quickness that comes from it, the efficiency that comes from it.
They weren't my tools, but yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. It's always nice when somebody says, oh, Dom, I can do some really crown molding and all that. How long is it going to take you? Well, the old way we do it might take 5 weeks. I said, no, we're just going to go to Home Depot and buy all the fucking precast fucking molding. That's where we're at. Or people that bitch and complain about, well, I didn't like it the way today kids do with the cut and paste and all that. I like to do the old way of doing camera, and I go in a black room. I said, why don't you go right in a real fucking black room? What do you mean? Go in a cave and fucking carve out that picture. It's always making the comparison to a lesser technology or a more advanced technology. I don't really like the way technology is. One of my buddy JG did this one time. He was getting pissed off with the computer and said, oh, I hate fucking technology. I said, why don't you sell your fucking high expensive Mercedes then? What do you mean, Dom? I said, that's technology. Well, that's different. I said, Glenn, then everything's fucking different at that point. But he's only frustrated because, he likes to do a lot of things mechanically. I said, then why don't you buy one of those automatic fucking window pulling down fucking cars? But you like all the power stuff that you have in your car, don't you? Yes, I do. I said, you just don't know you're full of shit yet. Most of us, whether we even want to say the word embrace it, are using technology. I'm on it right now. Can it harm me? Probably. Will it harm me? Probably. Will I get used to it like I got used to a calculator? Probably. How many people would actually say, okay, I'm not going to go take any more trips with a plane? Why? Because the energy, the airwaves, what it does to disturb it can affect us as humans. Tom and Deli proved that. I said, what happened if somebody already knows that? It's just the masses aren't willing to openly admit that, even if it presents itself.
Yeah, we got the technology, but it's like it's the cause and effect.
It can be a cause. I lean more towards effect and side effect because I don't really know where air and thoughts are. So it's a term that we use. Cause would imply we actually know the source. What we do is we know part of the way up the stream, but we really don't know where it's coming from.
I'm just saying that it's all this new technology. All right, so smoking cigarettes, we figured out what smoking a cigarette does to people in the long run. We still don't know shit about vapes in the long run. We still don't know shit about a lot of technology in the long run.
They done studies on vapes.
No, I'm saying, but like in the long run, like 80 years of vaping, right? What's going to happen? Vaping's still brand new.
Okay, so let's look at history. So once they come and openly admit what they might have known for a while, that vape is very harmful, we've made our trillions or billions from it. So what we'll do is what we've always done. We have an exit plan. We'll stop using that technology now, vapes, but we'll just bring something else. Then you understand why they got away from smoking. Because once you start taking away from natural tobacco and start putting chemicals in it, it'll be no different talking about the technology that we're in, and then we create another technology from without. How does it actually harmonize with itself? It doesn't. Because whatever created nature, I'm going to speculate those were gods. They probably spent who knows how many centuries or eons to work together. Humans do not work together. And when they do, they're small little groups. The fact that we have different religions, different state, different views in science tells us we don't work well together. So to think a small group of people, I don't care if it's in America, Canada, Asia, fucking Middle East, is going to make a fucking difference? Yeah, okay, no problem. You fill your boots with that fucking theory. But there is people that are maneuvering things economically, and they're counting on the masses to be asleep, but yet still use their products.
Right.
How that changes, JG, my pursuit is maybe share some awareness. But the ones that think they have the answers, you're just in my fucking way. Because if you think you have the answer, then where's the solution, you moron? We still have wars. We still have a whole bunch of people fucking working for that industry, and they're not going to give it up. So you can make them aware. So have you ever stopped and thought about, are you really defending your country if you're in another country? I know I'm being clever with them, but I want them to see if they're going to even think. Because if not, get the fuck out of the way. You're asleep. The sooner you fucking put a bullet in the back of your head or fucking die, then you can go back into the reboot process, and then at least we can talk to the few. Because this is not about the masses. The masses are already revealed where they're at.
When you say the reboot program, you really believe?
I go with the idea that maybe we come back again. GG. It's a theory. It's a possibility. I couldn't prove it if I wanted to.
Okay, you're just saying it just to say it.
Just for words, yes.
Gotcha.
No different me saying that. Where did it come from? Or when people say shit like, I don't want to be here anymore. Okay, what are you talking about? Being here. You don't want to be in the vessel. You don't want to be in this realm. I get it. We use words to describe things. And I don't mind entertaining those things. But you're not going to get me to write a book on this shit.
No, I'm just saying where I'm just trying to clarify where you're being literal. series. You know.
I could speculate in those areas. Axis might have even experienced different places to be, I guess. You know, it's like when
Yeah,
people say shit. Go ahead.
I've done my fair share of diving into this, like, the psychological state of a lot of the people that are now puppeted and those that are in corporate positions. And I have fear right now that they're going to pull my medical. I have fear, one, I get substandard health care treatment. And whenever I brought up today to my state caseworker that I was a useless eater, she did have the gall to say that, well, by our company, you're not a useless eater. But she defined that by her company. She didn't say what the other 5 companies I'm working with thought of me.
Well, it favors the depopulation. If they can make a buck off you before you leave, that's what they're, you know, I'm not saying the people that work for the industry are really aware of all of that. But JG, me speculating about Reboot is no different. Somebody saying to me, you see this tree or stump or whatever, and then they put a number in front of it. This is 1,000,000 years old. Okay, how would you prove that? And then when people say shit like, well, science, no, I need a name. Anybody can hide behind science. No different than religion saying we're going to go to heaven. I said, well, give me a name. Who made up this story? Could be true if there's such thing, but you know. Well, dinosaurs were here. Well, how do you know dinosaurs were here? Well, we found a bone. So you just reenacted through images that you thought a dinosaur looks like this. And then you start even depicting dinosaurs used to roam this way. Anybody been alive long enough to confirm that? That's right up there looking for Bigfoot or Loch Ness Monster. Now, some people that are alive today said they've seen it. It's okay, so how would you explain it to the rest of us? But when they start talking about things that clearly, that to my awareness, most people, if they're lucky, reach maybe 80, 90, maybe even 110 years old. But if these things are supposedly thousands of years old, I throw a couple extra zeros, 1,000,000 years old. How the fuck could you prove that? Well, I can't. There you go. So more theories then. So at that point, let's talk about reincarnation. We went to the moon. Okay, how would you confirm that? Well, you see that object in the sky there? Yeah. We went there. With what? Well, the thing that we had in NASA. Oh, you mean that rocket that goes on an angle? To where? Get the fuck out of here. But I'm not going to try to denounce them. I find it humorous. That's like when flat earthers and globalists talk with each other. Said anybody been high enough up there to confirm it? Well, no. So at that point, everything's fair game then. I believe in crystals. I believe in singing bowls. I believe in a tooth fairy.
Yeah, it's pretty infantile if you can think. I'm just saying, people in general.
Yeah, well, we do. I do it, JG. I do it to myself. You know, but I'm not going to sell it to people. It might sound really good. I'll tell them the story you're telling. I said, yeah, I make it sound good, but I couldn't prove it. No different. Somebody saying to me, well, Elon Musk is worth $40 billion or $500 billion. I said, how could you prove that? Well, the media told me. Really? Mickey Mouse, or was it Donald Duck that told you when you saw it in the media? How could you prove? Well, yeah, but he's Elon Musk. I said, have you ever watched him for commercials? Yeah. Just because the guy's on there every night doesn't mean he's getting rich. He's just spending a lot of money hoping that you're going to think, well, fuck, I see him all the time, so he must be doing well. How could you prove it?
Yeah, he gets a residual off of each commercial unless he signs a one-time contract. And if he signs a one-time contract, that's a lump sum for reuse of his image in that commercial for however long they run the commercial. So if he's got a good management team, he'll get a percentage of the revenue that commercial generates.
Stop it, Axis. You're wrecking my imagination now. Stop it. I want to use my dream to depictuate that. But yeah, you're just actually confirming it at that point. You know, you see this astronaut here? He went to the moon. Okay. Sorry, I don't even know who the fuck you are. So how can I know for sure you're telling me you went to the moon? Well, Dom, you're not going to understand this. Well, there you go. You just told me that. Why don't you just tell me you know the truth while you're there too? You know, it's easy to buy people out, you know, and most people buy into a system. It'd be different, JG, if I was looking for answers. I'd be fucked in the head. I like to play with possibilities. I like to use my imagination. Those are stories I hear. Somebody turned around and said, but Dom, I actually went to Europe. I said, the way I hear it, it's a story for me still. Even though what you're saying is truthful to you, it's a story to me still.
You can't find answers, you know, like the origin of life, like it's unknowable, it's a mystery. I mean, that's an answer right there.
Mm-hmm. But me and JD decides to take a train. We'll go to, let's say we go to Antarctica and we get some devices, we go high enough. How the fuck would we explain it to other people? We would just realize how people are truly that ignorant. Oh no, I don't, JD, Dominic, telling us the truth. Why, because this other guy told us that they went there and they didn't see that. I said, we were there. And we met aliens and Bigfoot while we're there too. Oh, now you're just making shit up now. I could be, but JG was there with me. You know, it's. To trust another person would mean that you have some sort of experience, whether with them or their forefathers or your parents, and say that person's trustworthy. So whatever comes out of their mouth is trustworthy. But most of the people that we hear from, you guys don't know me. I don't know who you guys are. It might sound nice. You know, it's always fun when somebody grandstands and says, well, you know something, I'm a professional. They put their name, fucking doctor, whoever. I said, fuck, that means fuck all to me. But for other people, it's important. He must be important. Why? Because you know how hard it is to become a doctor? Not really. I'm not saying I can become a doctor, but they're a fucking dime a dozen. And if you spend enough money, you could fucking get one indoctrination, in this case, a doctorship. It'd be different if they wrote a book and right underneath it said, yeah, I'm a well-known criminal. I've been caught, and a lot of things I haven't been caught. But since I'm writing this fucking books, I'm going to be caught. At least that's an endorsement. You know, it's like when certain characters do, you know, I'm going to fight the police officers. I have my rights. You try that shit in other countries, you'll see how quickly you'll be thrown in fucking jail or you go missing. Just because we live in America or Canada where it's a little bit fucking more lenient and they love fucking third or fourth time offenders. Yeah, but I have rights. Where the fuck did you get this idea you have rights?
They do it here too, man. I mean, they don't really show it too much. Once in a while, you'll see these videos. They'll literally bait guys in, and then some guy gets pulled over for something, pulls his gun out. I mean, they bait us in.
You know what it's going to take one time? You're going to get some moron that's going to be on the highway. Police officer pulls him over because or a cop will pull him over. Patrol, what do they call it in the States? So here they call them OPP. They pull him over and say, listen, if I get this offense, I'm going to go to jail. But then you find out, I'm glad the police officer did his fucking job. Why? Because they had a child in the fucking trunk. See, this is the shit that these fucking morons are promoting on certain channels. I have rights. Really? You're a spoiled little fucking twit. And as long as you think you can fight at the system with the birth certificate, that just means that you fucking what? You're still the vessel? It's Commerce Court. And the police officer are just doing their job, probably out of naivety. No different than the guy that thinks he can get away with the system. He's doing it out of naivety. Yeah, but I read their documents. You read their fucking documents, and you're trying to be just as clever as them. Some good hanging would fucking serve the purpose. You see how quickly people say, you know something? You drive that fucking vehicle, you go beyond the fucking speed limit, there you go. See that guy over there? Just don't do that shit anymore. Why? Because we leave him hanging from that telephone pole. Yeah, but he's famous. That's why we put him a little bit higher.
Who are you getting it?
What's that?
Who are you getting it?
Anybody. People that believe in that crap. You know, with the free man, straw man game that they play. Those are usually arrogant little fucking kids. thinking that for some reason I'm above the law. I said, well, I thought that's the problem what the elites are doing. And even that, they're not really above the law. They're just above policies. Law is just a different game altogether by itself. You know, it's an easy thing to understand. Commerce Court, understand what the judges or the captain of the ship is, and what the judges, not the judges, what the lawyers are doing, what the fence means, and all that kind of stuff. But they're so busy not looking at themselves, they don't realize. Well, then what's your purpose? You're already in debt because you're in that fucking form, and now you're just trying to get away with a couple of quick ones. Yeah, but I have rights. When did you ever get the idea that you have rights? Because they told you have rights? Are those the same people that talk about freedom of speech? Are those the same people that tell people that are black and white when you clearly look at a human being and say, you don't look black and you surely don't look like white? That's the masses. And it's because somebody sticks out a little bit further than the other ones and said, you're just sticking a little bit further than the other dummies out there.
Right, but I do give credit to people that are taking it serious, because that's how you beat them. You beat them at their own game.
Sure. Until it becomes a little bit of a sport, and then they start getting hangings, cutting off some heads, cut off some thumbs, and say, anybody else want to do this? Now, if you do it underground, that's one thing, because that's what they do. But once you start doing it publicly, there's the moron over there. He's the one that's spray painting things. We told him, if you get paid for spray painting, there's the moron over there. But we're going to allow him to do it because we want to see all the other morons that are going to be like him, and then we're going to round them up. And they're doing it on a public platform that's run by fucking big corporations. Go figure that one out. And then tell me if they're not fucking idiots. And who are they actually trying to stand up to? A bunch of other fucking puppets called police officers?
We know Amazon just laid off, I forget how many thousand people here in Fort Wayne. And they got an overnight notice of termination. They had to call the police in the next day to guard the parking lot in the building because all the employees showed up ready to tear that fucking place down.
Yeah, they did that in Quebec too. They shut down the Amazon there. Again, they can do whatever they want. There's a good chance governments, when they have budgets, they put it in their budget that they're going to give it to corporations. They still do it in Europe, where there's old factories, and the government will give money to bring in a company, and they'll hire some people. Sometimes they don't even hire the people that live in that fucking country. And then once they run out of money, they move. That's business 101 when you understand international. When you look at countries, you look at them as just buildings. You know, this is IBM, we'll call that America. That's Canada, we'll call that fucking Microsoft. The police academy, we'll call that DuPont. And everybody else are just puppets along the way, getting a paycheck. You pay somebody enough money, you'll see what they'll do for you.
Right, but that's like...
Keep in mind, JG, you're the exception to the rule, JG. You probably have a lot more morals and standards, but most people aren't that way, JG. If anything else, they're full of shit. I might even be included in that full of shit, but I'm aware of that stuff. You know, and then there's other people, they're willing to die for themselves. I said, those are the kind of guys, I'll protect my kids. I'll die for them. I said, okay, so the first guy that wanted to rape your kids, you protected them, but now you're dead, so the next one is going to rape them. Okay. Well done, you moron. Get the fuck out of my face. If it wasn't for YouTube, where people can make a buck, have all this audience, why the fuck would be doing it? It'd be different if they're protesting, they're actually going to these big institutions, say, listen, you're really going to protest us openly at these places? No problem. We'll hear you, but behind fucking closed doors, you're going to get fucked. And if not you, your family's going to get fucked. Really what it's encouraging, disobedience. It just means people don't understand how the system works. The system is set up that there's rules in it. If you don't like the rules, then why are you in the system? You don't want to have a car? No problem. Yeah, but I don't have to have a commerce, because I'm not driving this as a commerce vehicle. Okay, how about we do this? Turn off your camera so we can beat the fucking living shit out of you, moron, and say, no problem, you don't have to pay for this ticket this time.
Right. I mean, you're asking, you're gonna have a hard time if that's how you're
But to do that
operating.
against them? Yeah, to do against them? Yeah, I would be. Opposed to no problem, officer. Well, what would you like? Would you like my piece of paper that I know it's not truly me? You want my driver's license? No problem. You want my insurance? No problem. Here you go, officer. By the way, the motorcycle gang, you want me to be very polite? No problem. I'll be polite. No problem. Why? Because I respect my vessel enough to realize, why would I put it in harm's way? It's like money. You respect money. You don't fucking become a slave to it. So these guys, what they're really trying to encourage, and they're agents, and they don't even know they're agents. A police officer now is going to go home thinking, there was this moron, and he says he has rights and all that, and I'm pissed off now, so I got to kick the dog around. So what did that person really achieve at that point? Because those are the kind of people, it's all about me. A couple extra me's on top of it. No problem. How about you go out in the fucking country, take your chance with a fucking couple willow trees, maybe take your chance with maybe a bunch of bushes, be a nomad for a while, and leave your trucks here, because then you don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. No, Dom, I want my cake and eat it. Well, then play by the rules. Because if they don't want to play by the rules, then how about we do this? Police officers don't have to play by the rules. Anybody pulls over and opens their fucking mouth, bullet in the back of their fucking head. Videotape it so we can see every people do it too. You see how quickly you'll have one-time offenders, and that's it, done.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you don't play by the rules, you're gonna have a hard time. I mean, I've been doing it my whole life, but I know what I'm doing.
But you're probably a wise guy too at that point, JG, like the mafia. They know the rules, but they know how to work around it. They're not going to spit the police officers in their face, and when they do, it's usually one of their own that they paid. So they give the illusion. That's what a wise guy is. I know the rules, and I know how to work around it. They're not disobedient with the rules. They just understand it. So when they say, well, we're playing by their rules, yes, it's a gentleman game. Don't be worried about the outcome. That's what you do privately. You go to commerce court and you fight it publicly, you're an idiot. Settle out of court. Do it privately, because with the credit system rolling up, you're fucked. Well, I don't work for money. You don't got a fucking clue how the credit system works then. Especially when people start doing shame on people and say, that guy over there, he's got a credit system. He has to wear like a pink fucking tie on, and like they do in certain countries. And they know, there's a leper right there. We stay away from that moron. Oh, he's not the guy on YouTube with 100,000 people? Yeah, he's a moron. And that's the masses that we should be concerned about, not the few. It's the masses that fucking out of ignorance will turn on people. And that's the ones we have to live with. We don't live with the elites.
Right.
You never see cops hanging around with the average public person. You go to a party and find out who anybody here is going to voluntarily tell me they actually give parking tickets. They don't openly admit that shit. It's only the gangster that spends some time in jail. I openly admit that I went to jail. Oh, okay. Anything else you're going to tell us, moron? You gangster too? I know JG is to a certain point, it's a game. But some of these guys, what they do is they openly admit it. Poor bastards, he's sleeping. You there, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't want you to go completely sleep on us.
No, I'm listening. Actually, I've got a lot going through my mind on
Yeah, Tom,
the encroaching future that I'm just I don't know how I'm gonna. I've got animosity, I've got violence, I've got anger, I've got aggression. they're wearing my patients thin. The medical system is failing me. My support team is failing me. All my resources and stabilizing factors are failing me. My own mind is starting to fail me. Not to mention my body. And they're implementing technology coming at me at the pace of a runaway train. And I'm trying to think of the most logical and productive way with least resistance to get past this.
Sounds like a really big hill, Texas, unfortunately.
And it shakes me to the bone. It literally does.
Especially when you shared openly, you've been able to do a lot of things even when you're younger. You don't have to be so reliant on others. It's always a sad trap when you find out that the system is not really there for us, whether it's the medical, even JG, what you're talking about. Again, you fight the system. People have bought into the system thinking that the police are there for us. Not really. I don't think I've ever got that impression. I think else they're in there for themselves, and they'll cult up with each other.
It's not really fighting the system. Is my outlook on it is being conscious of the system. Beat it with it's chess. Beat them at their own game.
Mm-hmm.
How many times I've been stopped by the cops and they fucking try to run game on me, and it's just like, it's just wild, man.
Well, there is loops in the system. I'm not here to say that it isn't. There is loops in the game, and as long as you know how to maneuver around it, as long as you don't abuse it.
What I'm saying is the cops literally out of line, stalking you or trying to make you resist when you have handcuffs on. And a cop literally is trying to make you resist, and you're conscious, and you're like, I'm not gonna fucking lose here, buddy. You can try to fucking make me resist, but it's not gonna happen. That's what I'm getting at now. Is that's that shit.
That's their game. Is they want dissidents like that. They want that upheaval. They want that resistance. Gives them leeway.
Well, back in the day when go ahead, JG.
No, that's all I'm getting at, is being conscious of that shit and being disciplined. It's not. I'm not getting at like the whole soft shit.
Okay. An individual that's a mastermind will probably conquer most people one-on-one until they meet a whole bunch of people that work together. When these people get pulled over or whatever offense they did or didn't do, the police officers, because of technology now, can go to their cruisers and get all kinds of information and say, this guy a long time ago got away with something or pulled one of his little tricky little games out. So this time they're told, be a little bit more tougher on this badass. And this is what they do. It's openly there. So when a person does something on one of these channels and they report and all that, you now are under the books. You might have got away with the first one. You might even get away with the second one. But we're going to wait to fuck you. And they will. Because most of them are going to say, are they a club member? No. Okay, so he learned something. It'll be like Axis talking about calling, harnessing in demons. And then they find out you got here by accident. We're going to fuck with you now. So what happens is once you pull that trick once, you get away with it. If you remember, the trick to know how the system works. It's nothing new that these guys are sharing with each other. They know how the system works. You could do the same thing with tax systems. You could do the same thing with understanding how economic works.
Right.
If you're not a member, they're going to let you go because you're going to say the right words. But once they realize it's been documented now, it's in the system, Somebody's going to examine that. He's not one of ours. Let's put a note on that. So the next time that person tries to do that again, we're going to fuck them. And they will. That's why I say either a person is an agent and he's aware of it or he isn't. He might spend some time in jail and say, he's so fucking stupid. He's actually doing our job for us. And he's a meth addict, or he's at it, or he's doing cocaine. There you go. Now, I would respect the guy. Say, listen, Tom, yeah, I'm a club member. Oh, okay, so you can get away with the system. Well, I'm not really getting away with the system. It's called business. Oh, okay, that makes sense to me. No problem. I pull out my what you call it, my foreign affair tickets or whatever. Yeah, I can't get tickets. Yeah. One of my kids committed a crime? No problem. What country was it? No problem. He's not even a citizen of that country. So we'll have to do damage control. Smooth it out with the media. Make his truck burned down in the police station. This is a big game. And most people aren't in it.
Right. This is what I've been telling Axis. It's literally a fucking a conscious game we're in. And I was saying to Axis, you can't let these people into your mind. It's frustrating, man. The human mind behavior is a fucking drag, man.
It's a virus too, but it's a virus, JG. If I'm walking around you, the energy coming from the mind, it gets transferred from each person. Why, you think you went to school to learn all the words you know now? No. You pick it up consciously. The mind is everywhere. Your brain receives that information. It's like a virus. I don't know where I got the virus from. I don't know where I got that language from. So when somebody puts it out there, it's like when somebody does a trick, whether it's skateboarding or able to do double flips or whatever, it opens up the universe consciousness now. Then other people can start doing it now. It's out there now. So when people start doing this shit and it's designed that way, no problem. That's what we're looking for. We want people to fucking be disobedient to our system. Yeah, but we're doing what you're doing. We already know we're being disobedient. That's the difference. They know they're being disobedient and they're the ones that run it. The other ones that are disobedient, but you're not running it. So you got away with it. Go ahead, sorry, Gigi.
No, I'm saying you're right, but
I'll give you a simple example, JG. People that pursue anarchy without rules, how does that look like when it's the masses doing that? What would women do? What would children do under that? Usually people that talk about anarchy are usually, if you do this diagnose of them, they're usually psychopaths or sociopaths, very selfish human beings because they don't understand the system, how it really works. But it sounds fucking nice. I don't want to be under rules. Okay, so how would the system work then? Let's say that the earth is not under rules. How would the waters do? Are they just going to come over top of the landmass? Are the clouds just going to drop from the sky? And those are other kinds of fucking realms. So how would monarchy work if everybody's going to do their own thing? That's why we have the word monarchy. You have monarchy ruling, and they spend a lot of resources to maintain that. Usually the people that don't want to be ruled over, they're the kinds that say, you know something, I just don't want to pay for electricity anymore. I want somebody else to build me the fucking car, but I don't want to actually have a driver's license. Okay, so you want to live under your parents' roof, but you don't want to pay rent. Okay, you sound like a child still. Oh no, I'm a grown man. I said, no, you still sound like a child. Emotionally, you're stunted. Physically, you grew up. That's why you had to buy a truck, because you're a big boy now. But you're still a boy. Yeah, but I don't agree with the system. That's the easiest thing to fucking say. I don't agree with the system. Do you even understand how the system works?
Right.
Do you understand how countries work hand in hand with each other? Why democracy is in one country? Why people drive in one way opposed to somewhere else? No, I live in America. I said, no, you live in a small little fucking town because America's big. Whether it's a city, state, or whatever. And they have different states, different rules. Remember, we're talking about citizens that think now it's okay to smoke marijuana because they made it legal. When did they make it illegal? See how easy, and you know this, JG, how easy it is to manipulate a person, both emotionally and mentally. Most people that said that, oh, you're in your feelers, I said, you're so fucking entwined in your feelers, you don't know you're in your feelers. They're caught up in their emotions, but they justify it with their mental brain. That's probably not fully developed. Oh, but I just don't like cops. Okay. Who else don't you like? Green people? You don't like people that drive trucks? Who else don't you like? You know, this is how most of these people talk like. So what do you like then? You like you can get away with it? Well, then do it privately. Don't do that shit openly. Only morons do that shit openly. But then you expect guys that in clubs are going to openly admit it. No, those are people that are fucking paid fucking dumb agents. Oh yeah, I'm a Mason. Okay, whatever. What about all those people that own all those high rises? What do you think they are? And are they even citizens? Best way to play chess, JG, in my experience, is not worrying about winning or losing. That's a simple man's game. You learn how to play the game, but just follow it, observe it, watch the person's patterns. Don't worry about the outcome, because then you'll become attached to it. Oh, I won. What did you win? You're going to say you're the best chess player in the world? Okay, so let's play for keeps now. Here's the fucking gun on the table. If I lose, you get this reward. If I win, you still get this reward. How many people are going to play for keeps? How many people would actually fight a police officer and say, listen, I'm allowed to pull out my gun at any moment if I feel as though you're disturbing me in any way. Well, you can't do that. I said, no, we're not playing by rules anymore. Remember, you're anarchy. You're doing that extra open jump shot. No, I don't play by the rules. Every time you do that shot, I'm going to give you a fucking shot in the gut. Yeah, but what? Are you going to tell me we got to play by rules now? JG doing a beautiful 360 with a skateboard and there's a sniper on the sideline. I don't like the way he did there. I think I'll snipe him.
Right,
Well, you can't do that. Go ahead.
Look at Bill Cooper, what he did.
True. I'm with you.
William Cooper, the cops were fucking with him and he just started shooting at him. I mean, it gets to that point to where they get to you that much, but it's kind of like they poke the bear, you know.
But the system changed because of him. Did they give him a flag? Did they give him a nice funeral plot? Like, did the system change? It's an honest question, because if this change is going to happen, even though change always occurs, is it enough to actually make a big ripple? Or is it just somebody say, you know something? I remember when George Carlin said a couple statements. Did it make a change? People became aware, but did it make a change? Remember, I'm about awareness. I know I'm not really concerned about if it's change or not, because I already know changes are going to occur whether I play in it or not. So did it make a major change? Probably not. Did Gaddafi make a major change? Not really.
Gaddafi was pretty dumb, but what I'm saying is it's like a personal war. If police are trying to fuck with you, right, and you say, okay, let's go to war. I mean, it's a personal thing.
One-on-one combat, there's a good chance you'll be able to stand your ground. But if you're fighting with a whole bunch of people, JG, you're eventually you'll be somebody's dinner. Unless you're just not under their radar. They'll say, listen, he's not that important. In a person's own little world, yeah, I'm important. But in the bigger picture, no, you're not that important. That's why I say.
Oh,
go ahead.
Always appear unimportant.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man. A lot of people are out here they've been getting fucked with by the police for a long time. They're good people. They've been profiled. I mean, you see videos. I know people it's happened to. I've seen shit firsthand.
I'm with you, JG. A lot of people have been in prison. And especially those people now when they've legalized the substance and they turn around and say, okay, but what about the people that you imprison now? They still got to stay there. The problem is not the police. The problem is the ignorance of the masses. And until we actually... Go ahead.
The problem is on both sides. But when the police are the problem, that's when the police can get in trouble.
Yeah, but they're protected in a lot of ways. That's the
No,
best
but
part.
Dom, what I'm saying is when the police, right, when their mind and behavior, a cop, say 2 cops, when they're crooked as shit and they're fucking a guy that they're just fucking with some guy because of their own fucked up minds, right? When that happens and this guy kills 2 cops, that's on those dumbass cops for fucking with that dude.
You're right, if the system was set up that way, but then how many times have women been raped? And, you know, like, look at the Muslim culture.
Dom, you still don't, like, you don't get it, man. Like
I'm hearing you.
when they mob down you, right? When these cops try to get gangster and they find out what gangster is, or they find out what death is, or what being killed is, that's on them, man. You fuck around, you find out.
Okay, so the police should be
No,
held
I'm just
accountable.
saying that this is situations you see all the time. Like they fucked with Bill Cooper. Bill Cooper said, "Fuck it." His dumbass didn't even kill him, right? But what I'm saying is, there's guys out here that are getting fucked with, right? And they're gonna fight back, man. It's gonna happen.
And you have that choice.
Like,
I tell
Dom,
other people.
do you think if cops started fucking with you severely, right? What would you do, man? Eventually, it would get old and old and old and old, and you'd probably do what?
Could be fight or flight. And if I'm cornered, I'm probably going to be forced to come and fight. I'm aware of that. I'm living in a country or in this part of the world where a lot of people are obedient to the system, including the police officers.
Now, say you had some nut ass cop trying to break into your house, right? And he gets into your house, right? You get what I'm saying? Like, this is shit that happens all the time.
Well, I'll
Cops
give you an
get carried
example.
away. Cops get carried away. They fuck up because they can't control their own mind and behavior, and someone fucking handles it.
I know the cops here, a lot of them, not a lot of them, but quite a few of them, people know they're drunks, and they're usually very abusive to their wives. But it's a boys' club, you know. And now I can use them, but
my fault. I'm just saying this, like, it's not like I'm like a cop. Like, imagine a cop hearing this, right? And he's like, "Oh, this guy hates cops." It's like, you're still not listening to me. It's not that it has nothing to do with hate. It's consciousness, right? I'm aware of cops fucking up and doing dumb shit, and I know what happens when cops do dumb shit. Certain people get back at them. That's just the conscious awareness of it, right?
There's profiling. The industry is set up. They know the type of cop they want. And if you're a really good cop, they'll say, listen, we'll put you in the KGB or CIA or military, certain militaries. There's a lot of profile going on, and there's usually certain personalities that favor to be a police officers. No different than certain personalities to be a criminal, even though they might not be really committing a crime. They're just trying to survive. But in certain rules, they call it a crime. And if they get caught, they say, listen, you're really good at your job. Why don't you work for us? And people buy into the system, or they sell out. I don't care which one it is. More times than not, most people buy into a system. Sell out would just mean that actually they're aware of what they're doing.
Well, what I'm getting at is cops, they're trained, but a cop that is a critical thinker, a cop that, if you become a cop, you should be very conscious. You should be the best you can be. You get what I'm saying? And people, it's all it is, man. Like, you gotta level up consciously.
Okay, so in the days when they used to have cops, JD, you had communities, and the police officer would probably be one of their own in that community. Today, they move cops around everywhere. And again, they're profiling them, and the cops are there to serve the people, not the citizens. There's the difference. Now, whether police officers are aware of it, they're like people that follow commands. If they say you got to give a ticket, we got to look for people that look suspicious or whatever, that's their job. Now, from the person on the outside looking in, if they're looking at it from a naive spectrum and say, yeah, but you're here to protect me. I said, no, I'm here to protect economics. It's like insurance. You take out insurance to protect your assets. Same with the driver's license. You're there for liability. Now, a person that turned around and said, I don't need to have an insurance and all that. I said, so then what happened when you hit somebody with that vehicle? What are you going to do with that? There has to be rules in place. Are these people being informed on what they're serving? That could be a question a person can speculate. But for most of them, including police officers, they don't question that shit. They might get reprimanded, whether from the people in their industry or from the people that supposedly they thought they were supposed to serve. Most police officers are not consciously aware. They can even be club members, but they're not consciously aware. They chase money around, they chase their comforts, but literally to be of service to humanity, that's not in their protocol. Make my job easier. Don't make me pull out a fucking gun. Why? Because I got to report it now. Or, hey, no problem. You can pull out your gun. We'll protect you. No problem. You shot him in the head? No problem. Make sure you put cocaine in his back pocket. There you go. Well, that's wrong. Whoever said this is about the rules now. And we're talking about cops now. What happened when they start bringing in fucking foreign police officers or military people and say, listen, we don't like you white fucking piece of shit Americans. Why? Because you made fun of us Asians. And vice versa. Best case scenario, you could be manned, you can have policers over top of you, but you start getting military guys over you. I have a buddy in Argentina. This is what they did with his buddies. They pulled a whole bunch of their friends over. There was 5 of them. They shot one in the head. I said, we don't have no more problems here, do we? No, we don't. Unless you're going to do that privately. But you get caught, be anticipated to have some fun. Imagine having one of your buddies shot. Because that's how they keep it there. Because we're not here to have worrying about 3rd time, 4th time offenders. We're not going to make it like in America. We make it a business, and then big corporation can benefit. No. Now, if we're going to deal with the mafia is a little bit different. They live in the community. They make sure everybody's protected. Women and children are protected. One thing we're asking from you as a store owner, give us $300 a month to protect us from what? From us. You pay your dues. You get treated and you get protection. Police officers are doing the same shit. Now, the guys that don't want to play by the rules, go ahead. Sure, it is racketeering. You don't want to play by the rules? Move around. Go live somewhere else. Because if not, those are children say, listen, Mom, I don't agree with your rules. No problem. Why don't you pay your rent to some other total stranger and get somebody else to feed you then? That's a child talking at that point. Even though you got children that are police officers too now. So you have 2 children fighting each other at that point. The only difference is one's getting paid and the other one's getting the attention that he doesn't want. A good kick in the ass, spend some time in jail, be on the run. It sucks when people hear that shit, but then again, how does it work when there's a whole bunch of people doing that shit? They round up a whole bunch of people, shoot a couple of them. Do it publicly so people can see it. This is your reward. You see this guy here, he was a rebel. Yeah, I know, we had to cut off some of his fingers and his pecker, and then shot him in the head. Why? Because he's just screaming too much because he thought he was a bad boy. Not taking away, JG, there is moronic police officers. Last time I remember, humans are behind police officers, humans are behind governments, humans are behind religion. It's all human behavior.
Did you ever think about becoming a cop, Dom?
Nope. But I have buddies that are cops, and I have buddies that are detectives.
I'm sure you do, man.
Mm-hmm. But that's not for me to judge them and say it's right or wrong.
The way you word things shows me that you were friends with police.
No. I'm not even friends with criminals. I'm aware of them, and I call them buddies. No different. I know people that are in the construction industry. And there's a lot of dirty business that goes in there too. And I know guys that actually do certain things. You don't pay us, you might be floating.
When's the last time you talked to these detectives and cops?
My buddy Dave's dad was a detective. He died about 10 years ago. So when I say buddy, that's what I'm saying. Did my buddy Dave become a detective or a police officer? No, he didn't. He worked in a factory.
No, but have you talked to these people recently?
No. So it could have changed a lot? Probably. Remember, Canada's set up a little bit different, but then again, it depends on what part of the province you are. But no, obviously you're probably interacting with them way more than most people are.
I'm just curious, man. I've been around I grew up around tons of cops.
I think your dad was a police officer. Didn't you not say that? Or a detective of some sort?
It was a fucking art, man.
Okay, so you know the behaviors of certain people when they're in certain positions. You got first-hand experience.
I have a good awareness of.
Mhm.
I grew up very, very. I know you're gonna say, "Oh, you're talking about yourself," but I mean, dude, nobody grew up like me. Like
Mhm.
in the skate world, nobody grew up like me.
But you
Right?
could probably relate with other people similar to you. It's like when kids have been in the
Dude, my
military.
dad was a narc.
I'm pretty sure there's other kids that had parents that were narcs too, but you probably never, you might have met some of them, maybe you never did.
In the skate world, right? No, I was like the only dude that like had that shit.
Mhm.
And what I'm getting at though is like I got exposed to a world where I figured it out too much, and it was unfortunate that I was born into that world.
Yeah, it probably made you stronger too. It sounds like JG.
Yeah, it makes you stronger, makes you more
Mhm.
conscious and smarter, and you can help people out or whatever. You know, there's benefits, but it's just it's uh it's a fucked up world, man.
And there's probably a few people that you can probably truly communicate that grasp what you're going through or what you experience.
Why I have problem with police is because of what I've seen.
Mhm.
I can spot a shitty cop right off the bat because my father was a piece of shit cop. So when
And
I
there's probably
see
a lot of
shitty
them.
cops, I can't fucking stand them, man, because it fucking triggers the shit out of me. Because I had to deal with my father my whole fucking life. And the
Mhm.
guy's a total rat, snake, piece of shit, fake faggot that fucking turned on my mom, played the shit out of my mom.
Mhm.
You know, he did all types of fucked up shit, man. The guy's a character. He's literally an actor, right?
Mhm.
And I watched this guy. I know him very fucking well. And he is threatened by me. And how do I know that? Because I'm fucking sharp, right? I
Mhm.
already know it, man. I you know,
I'm pretty
but
sure there's people that can relate to that. There's people that
that's
could say, go ahead.
that's why I look at people in general, right? It's not just the police, but people in these panels, fucking cops, whatever, skaters. I can't stand motherfuckers because I got them figured out to a T, to a science, right?
You probably pick up that people you
And
probably.
what do and what do all my haters do, right? They just say, oh, Jack's this, Jack's that. They just hit me. They just dub me with shit. And it's just like, dude, you can't fucking beat me. Motherfuckers don't realize they can't beat me with these fucking gaslighting, pigeonholing, fucking Donald Trump versus Biden whataboutism bullshit. Because I already figured the shit out as a kid, as a young fucking kid. I figured out all the psychology, all the fucking. Every day I'm waiting for this shit. I'm every move I make, you know, oh, this is gonna get me manipulated. Oh, this is gonna fucking cause this, cause an effect. Oh, these people are gonna dub me a fucking, you know, whatever. You figure it out, and it's just, you know, the conscious game never ends. But I mean, people gotta fucking chill the fuck out and watch their mouths, and you know,
But that's how they
realize that
reveal themselves.
some people can see right through them. That's what they should fear. They should fear somebody that can see right through them, and they shouldn't react and you know, be inferior and try to cause drama. They should just say, all right, it's time to yield. It's time to fucking, you know, withdraw instead of fucking doing dumb shit.
Again, a lot of people fear things, like you say, and some people will look at things without really investigating. A person that's dressed like a police officer or a priest or a doctor, and they make a quick assumption that they're in a profession. I said, yeah, but are you suspicious a little bit? You grew up in it, so you basically are probably able to read certain people's behaviors, not a lot of people's behaviors, and say, would that person sell out if put in a situation? Probably. If your dad was a narc, there's a good chance that he made some compromising decisions, or he just probably had that type of behavior, and it fits in that kind of stuff. It's like people that are criminals and they're snitches. I know people say things like, snitch get stitches or whatever. I said, depends on the situation. You know, if you threaten somebody financially is one thing. You threaten them with their lives. He might say, you know something, I'm not going to snitch. Why? Because you're just offering me what? So you give me less time in jail? No, they're going to kill me. You know, it depends on what's valuable to a person. Some people don't value their life, but they'll value their comforts while they're still here. So that's kind of a conflict, but yet they'll live by that shit. You know, it's kind of like they've done studies when you do like hostage taking, you want information. If that person starts to laugh and giggle, you got to put them down. Why? Because you're not going to get anything from that at that point. That's a psychology study on those people. Now, do you want to be around people that are narcs or psychopaths? Probably not. You were put in that situation, so you're just able to read it. Most people aren't going to understand what you can read actually at that point, Chi, unless they've experienced it themselves or they just realize, I see that in other behaviors in different ways. A child can say that about their parents, or a person that says, yeah, my dad was a piece of shit. He said things, but he never fulfilled his contracts. Or my dad used to fuck around with buying my mom's back, kind of ideal. And he can actually come home and feel like as though he hasn't done nothing to harm them. You know, people can relate to that kind of stuff. You know, and some people actually, they end up becoming the same thing that they resent being. You know, it's like when you hear about people that unfortunately got, you know, child abuse or sexual, you know, pedophilia or whatever, and then you start probing a little bit. So you live in a community where they openly and freely allowed to drink all the time? Well, yeah. So you're encouraging that shit. Oh no, he should still not touch a child. I said, it's your responsibility to make sure your child's always in a safe environment. And knowing that a lot of people drink around that child, you don't know their type of behavior, especially when it encourages sex. So the parent has to take some accountability for that action. Oh no, but he's the one that did it. I said, no, you got to still take accountability. You put your child in harm's way. And then that child grows up fucking thinking, fucking nobody protected me. You know, I'm sorry to hear that for you, JG, but it sounds like when I hear your voice, you became really strong because of it. And you're probably even allowed to be pissed off at most people.
Dude, it's the position I was in, dude. Like it's strength, but it's fucking hell. That's
Well,
what
I
it
can
is.
imagine it would be, JG. I can imagine it'd be no different growing up and you find out your dad was a hitman. Or yeah, my dad or mother, can you say mother? Yeah, my mom was a prostitute. Okay, well, we all prostitute. Yeah, but she prostituted with all these other different men, and my dad was okay with it. Huh? Okay, well, that's a message I gotta try to fucking compute in my head.
The cards I was dealt, like it's just fucking wild, man. The hand I was dealt with, the mom I have, the father I have, the relationship they had, and then the environment I'm in, the fucking getting into skateboarding. Right, actually trying to at it when I was young, trying to pursue that, like and take it to a level where I was like, say, I was trying to go pro or something. Right, I always did it just to skate. I always skated to skate, but like trying to go pro, like that was always like a pipe dream, right? And that was like a goal when you're young. You're trying to pursue it. I grew out of that shit, but what I'm saying is like you don't want to be that dude in your fucking world, right? In your craft, right? In your environment, your culture, right? You don't want to be that dude that's like, oh, his dad's a cop. Oh, this dude's a rat or a snitch. And I had people trying me like that, and I would shut them the fuck down.
Well, it would have been nice. I'm gonna assume JG would have been nice. Tell me otherwise. If you had support of your family, who knows how much further you would have got in that craft. You know, because a lot of kids that, if you had the support, I'm guessing when I say this, but if you had the support of family members in the craft that you chose, Axis has told me his story from it. You know, a lot of times people have to do it on their own, opposed to it would be nice if I had my family members supporting me, you know,
Well,
in my, go ahead.
My mom did, but it was just it's my own personal thing. They knew I was never gonna stop skating. Like skateboarding saved my life. As corny and cliche as that sounds, it literally saved my fucking life.
Mm-hmm.
Because
People say the same thing with breakdancing. Sort of.
Yeah, I mean, but it's just
And it sounds like you got really good at it, if not great at it, JG. You know, so you have a lot you could teach others if that's of interest to you. And it's not just about skateboarding, it's just probably life and how it actually helps you. It's like you hear stories about boxers. If I wasn't in the gym, I'm not saying me, but I have buddies, you know, if I wasn't in the gym all the time, who knows what mischief I would have been into, especially with anger that I had.
Right. I'm just saying that game, right, of like, once you're aware that life is pretty much just fighting manipulation, fighting accusations, fighting drama, fighting all the bullshit that other minds bring, right?
Mm-hmm.
That shit gets old to a point where it's like, all right, I'm going to hit this point of solitude. I'm going to achieve this solitude. I'm going to give up on that childish dream of going pro because I don't want to deal with people because I'm over people. I've broken away from that fucking hopium or dream, or, you know, I've broken away from different things, and I'd rather just keep to myself, you know.
Mm-hmm. That's a good thing, you know. Most do it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but
Access talk about it being a nomad. I've experienced it when I traveled across the states. Me and my wife in a Honda. It's not completely like a nomad, but I didn't have a home outside of the car, you know. And like I said, a lot of people learn things different ways. You know, even police officers, if you start looking at their profile and find out, okay, so you came from a broken down home, or your father used to abuse you watched your father abuse your mother. So now you figured if I'm in a position of protecting, but now I also brought in, I'm protecting, but at the same time, I'm also abusive. Police officers have their own dysfunction going on with themselves. Same with firemen. If you start studying firemen's behaviors, same with nurses or doctors. You know, everybody has their own behaviors, but some of them cross over and they actually harm other people. You know, and a police officer, they can harm other people, especially when you got other people saying, they don't want to agree with the system. Okay, so let's say you do meet a cop that says, listen, I'm just here to do my job, you know, but you're playing this other game by saying you don't have to say nothing to me. Yeah, you're right. There's terms where they say, listen, you have the right to remain silent, or it could be used against you in court. There's a reason why they say that, because it's about commerce. What
Right.
can we get from you financially? Why? Because you're cattle.
Right.
Me as a police officer, I'm cattle. The judge, the lawyer, they're cattle. That's why they use terms. That's how you address the captain of the ship. You want to acknowledge your birth certificate? No, I don't believe in a birth certificate. Okay, no problem. But do you actually believe that you're in that form still? Why? Because there's another layer of a trap that we can put on you. I'm not saying those people are going to be aware of that. You're just talking lower level kind of stuff like that, which is fine still.
Lower level what?
A lower level of how this realm works. Worrying about what is written in front of you, and anything that comes out of a womb. I said, okay, do you honestly think you came out of that womb? Because then you have to ponder, why do we have horoscopes, astrology, and all that kind of stuff? Are you actually the vessel? And then people will say, well, I am. I said, well, then you got to play their game. You're getting fucked with the mind. Okay,
That's all
so
it is, man. And that I mean, I'm telling you, man, shoot.
And yeah, gentlemen, I'm going to have to get off of here.
Thanks, Gigi. Thanks, Alexis.
I want to thank both of you for helping bring me down off of a really bad cloud tonight. I appreciate that. And I can't say that it won't ever happen again.
We'll be back
but
again.
But at least you guys were there to bring me down off that. Thank you.
Sorry if me and JD didn't do any name calling and insulting anybody along the way. Maybe we'll work on that, JG.
Please, look, some name calling, some middle fingers, throw something through the phone at me.
I'll give you one, okay? I'm gonna make some fart noises. Does that help a little bit? Because we have a special guest that comes once in a while. Thinking that it's humorous to make fart noises. So.
Right. No, but on all seriousness, I'm in danger. I'm in the red.
I'm sorry to hear
I'm
that.
in dangerous territory, and I thank you for bringing me down.
Well, hopefully what me and JG was a pleasant distraction anyway.
Most graciously.
I'm off
Most
access.
graciously.
JG, have a
All right,
beautiful night, day.
JP, thank you. You guys,
Yeah, you too.
thank you. Have a wonderful day, good evening, good night, and short and sweet. Thank everybody for being here and being a supportive part of this. Thank you.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.